Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Loughborough University for the FA National Futsal Series Tier 2 Summer Showdown, and we are at the semi-final stage. The stage is set. Out in front of us, we have the first two semi-finalists. We have London Genesis and we have Wessex Futsal Club. They are currently warming up, and the first game is only minutes away. Here at Loughborough University, the stage is set. Are you ready on this live stream for some futsal? My name is Peter Selby, and I'll be bringing you commentary alongside Louis Melville, who is standing aside me, and we have a great vantage point here, don't we, Louis, of the actual court and the two teams warming up. I'm looking forward to this. How are you?
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Pete. Yep, it's going to be a fantastic morning of futsal, I think. These two teams, I think they offer two very different things in terms of the way they approach the game. From what I've seen of Genesis, they tend to start slowly and really build into the game. But Wessex, the two games that I've seen of them, they've started off as real powerhouses from the whistle.
So let's take a look at the two teams then that will be taking part in the first of the two semi-finals. And we'll start with the team of London Genesis Futsal Club. And we can see there the manager is Claudio Fernandez, which is interesting enough because you can see number 8 there, Manuel Sarmento, is going to be playing as one of the main players rather than saying a player coach role or as the main head coach.
Well, I'm sure Manuel will have, or as he's more commonly known, Nello, will have a big input when they have their timeouts and pre and during the game. But probably on a day like today, you do want an extra head on the side there, really giving you some calm advice.
Yeah, the side on the left, you can see number 13, Owen Lott will be in goal. Azar Akbel with number 10, Paulo Lima. Cruz and Mendez then with the starting 5. And then the bench on the right-hand side, again, with Sarmento there as their number 8, the manager, Claudio Fernandez. So that's the team of London Genesis. And let's check out the Wessex first 5. Charlie Philpott, Terry New, Jordan Matthews, Connor Miller and Ryan D'Souza. A settled first 5.
Yes, that's the 5 they used in their first game against Sporting Southend. But Wessex Futsal Club, they have a lot of experience on the bench. Players like Adam Barr, who's the Northern Ireland captain, you know, he's got 35 plus caps for Northern Ireland. He's a really experienced player. He's played at a decent level. He knows the game inside out, and he's a really calm figure on the court, and he knows what he's doing. And Jordan Matthews, he had a fantastic last game where he scored 5 goals.
Yeah, tremendous performance against Bedford. He's got 6 goals overall, 5, as Lou was saying, against Bedford. Plenty of goals in the Wessex Futsal Club lineup there. 3 goals so far in the group stages for Bart Tozer, also Miller, and also for Terry New. They've won their 2 games, scoring 20 goals. Progressing from Group B, have Wessex beating Bedford 11-1, including the 5 goals for Jordan Matthews, and then they beat Sporting Club Southend 9-2. And then you look at London Genesis, and they're not that far behind, 15 goals by winning Group D, beating Cambridge by 9 goals to 6, and Chelsea Foundation by 6 goals to 0. But as you were saying, a slower start there, only 1-0 up at half time. The difference between the two sides, you look and they've won their 2 groups very convincingly, but there is a slight difference though in the way that they've gone about those victories.
Yeah, I think you're right, Peter. Genesis in the game against Chelsea, as you mentioned, the half-time score was 1-0, and they really had to work to get that goal, and it didn't come till sort of midway through the first half. But then the second half, they settled themselves and went on to win that quite convincingly. But the really interesting game was against Cambridge last week, where they had a really dreadful start. They were 2-0 down in no time at all, but then got themselves back into the game at 2-2. But then, I'm not sure what it was, a lapse of concentration. You've got to give Cambridge some credit because they came back at them. They were then leading 4-2. And then Genesis then mounted another comeback, and they led 5-4 at half-time. And as the full-time score suggested, you know, that 9-6, it was all about Genesis in the second half. The number 12, who will start on the bench this morning, Anthony Barbosa, he just absolutely ran right in that second half. You know, he ended up with a hat-trick, and he's a player, very skillful player, technically good on the ball, and he's a player that probably when he comes on, people need to keep an eye on.
A couple of players on the London Genesis side who you know in particularly Iqbal Mendes, and Cruz, but yourself, Azan Iqbal and Ahmed Al-Hana, two players that you know quite well.
Yeah, well, Azan Iqbal, he was a player I had when I was coaching at Brentford FC Community Sports Trust in the BTEC scheme, so it's an under-19 scheme, and Azan came in there. He's quite a reserved character, but he's a really determined player. He can play off both feet, defensively very good, and you'll see him join in the attacks as well, and he can score goals. So, and Ahmed El Hanna, he was a student at St Mary's University, who I coached for 2 years there. So again, someone who likes to be on the ball, technically likes to dribble. So it's going to be interesting what we see from those players, and the benches today could have a big influence on the game.
So the scene is set once again here at Loughborough University for the first of the two FA National Futsal Series Summer Showdown semi-finals. Second game will be at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Genesis are in the red and the purple of Wessex. So the warm-ups have been completed. All COVID protocols have been adhered to here at Loughborough University, a venue which is well used to hosting both national events and international events. And it is the perfect setting for this semi-final.
I think one thing we need to bear in mind, Peter, with the Summer Showdown series, you know, they've had to deal with all the COVID regulations. So normally now the players after the warm-up would be going back into the changing room and have that inner sanctum, if you like, to get those last words out. But they don't have that. They literally have to stay out on court, and they'll go back outside now just to gather for the team presentations. They won't have that opportunity to have those private moments and, you know, where people are geeing each other up. It's all very public. So I think, you know, the players are having to deal with a different set of circumstances, and some players, you know, it affects them differently. So it'll be interesting to see which team settles really quickly in this game, because I think I'm expecting a quite fast and furious opening.
No, fingers crossed that we are having that fantastic start to the game. I'm really looking forward to this one. Just looking at the two records of the sides, it really promises to be some spectacle starting in the next few minutes. And also, a lot of credits regarding the rules and regulations has to go to the organisers, the FA, and all the authorities to set up these competitions and to actually get to this stage in the semi-finals. And then we have the grand final in a few weeks' time on the 27th. Which team will be in that final? We will find out whether it will be London Genesis or Wessex Football Club in the next few minutes. Once again, the players just walking off to the near side, as you can see from the camera position. Referee Andy Page walking off with them. And they will then be back out and will be starting in the next few minutes. So, with regards to that quick start by Wessex and plenty of goals scored, what if you were on the Genesis side of things? Would you be wary of that, or would you want to just see how it goes in the first few minutes to try and withstand the barrage that you might be expecting from Wessex? Or is it a case of trying to exploit that?
Well, I think firstly we need to match whatever they do. You know, if I was on Genesis' side now, I'd be looking at what they've done so far, and clearly, you know, the players need to be aware of that to make sure that and it's going to be interesting to see how Genesis set up. Are they going to go and press really high and try and knock Wessex out of their stride, or are they just going to be a little bit more cautious and let them come onto them and see if they can counter-attack, because they certainly do have the players that can exploit on a counter-attack. So I think that's going to be the beauty of this game, really, just trying to see initially how the coaches are going to set out. And, you know, it is a semi-final, it's straight to penalties. There's, you know, one team's going to go on and one team's going to go home.
Yes, there's no extra time. It will go straight to penalties if we are all square at the end of the match. Players just about to come back onto the court. It is a very, very warm day here in Loughborough, the heart of Leicestershire, the world-famous Loughborough University, where history begins. And that might just have a little telltale on what happens maybe later on in the game, because it is fairly warm in this, what is a very, very large hall, but it is a very warm day, and we'll see how the players get on, but it is slightly warmer than it's been for their previous games in the group stages.
Yeah, and I think we're expecting a temperature around about 28, 29 degrees outside, and the doors are open, and the lighting in here is very good. And although we do want the hall to be nice and warm, as you say, this could affect how long players stay in the court. Generally, this is a stop clock game, so the 20 minutes each way. A half can take 40 to 50 minutes to play. So the concentration levels of the player are going to be up, and how the coaches manage those players on the court. How long do they leave them out there? You leave a player 15, 30 seconds too long out there, and they'll stop running, and that's the moment you get exploited.
Yes, it all can change late on if it's a close game, or even if one team's in front by what it could appear at one point to be a comfortable margin. We'll just have to wait and see how these conditions affect both London Genesis and Wessex Football Club, with a look to the second of the semi-finals later, where, if anything, it would be warmer, being at the middle part of the afternoon. So only minutes away, once again, from the start of this first semi-final, the FA National Futsal Series, the Tier 2 semi-final stage. The winners of Group D, London Genesis, taking on the winners of Group B, your Wessex Futsal Club. Both clear at the top of those groups, and even though now we're in a scenario of just one game knockout tournament futsal, essentially with only 2 games in the groups, they were playing knockout futsal anyway from the start. So I don't think there's going to be an awful lot of difference in their approach in this semi-final to what they would have been in the group stages.
No, you make that point really well there, Peter, and here come the teams.
So here come the 2 teams. Once again, London Genesis in red, and Wessex Futsal in the purple. So the 2 teams taking the knee and then retiring to their respective benches. Slight difference in the approach of the 2 sides, with high fives all round from Genesis, and Wessex taking a more laid back approach.
That'll all change once the whistle goes.
Yes, I'm expecting this to be very fast, very frantic from the start. Captains in the middle. Coin toss by referee Andy Page. Captain Paolo Lima and Captain Connor Miller go back to their respective benches. So we are ready in the commentary box. We've got a lovely view, the same view as you're watching, however you're watching, wherever you're watching around the world. The first of these semi-finals about to begin. Philpott, New, Matthews, Miller and D'Souza for Wessex. For Genesis, Lock in goal, Iqbal, Lima, Cruz and Mendes starting. Miller to start then. And we're underway in the first of the semi-finals. Tackle comes in and it will be a kick in near side for Jordan Matthews. 6 goals to his name in the 2 games in the group stage. Tainu to Miller. Tries a reverse ball, but there was no one there. And now Genesis with their first possible attack, but that's blocked. And a trip there, straight away acknowledged by D'Souza.
And you saw there, Peter, that Yazan Iqbal there, the number 11, he tried to dribble out there, got caught on the ball and almost paid the price.
Cross from Mendes and miscontrol by Lima, the captain. Maybe just 1 or 2 nerves in his early stages. Just taking his eye off the ball. And they've got an early chance here for Wessex to try and create an opportunity. Block shot. And again, just out of reach. It's just not running at the moment for London Genesis. These early few seconds. Miller takes a kick in, long range shot, well headed, clear. I think the keeper may have had it covered. And for the first time, Genesis can break, and well, that was close. It was a good spot, and then the slide came in. And the goalkeeper, I think, had it covered, but Mendes was just a foot or so away there from possibly opening the scoring.
Yeah, and I think those are the sort of situations that both teams will be looking to create to get that ball onto the far second post to try and get that finish.
Once again, another misplaced pass, and clearance was the main aim of the game there for Wessex. And they'll get the kick in front of their substitutes. So just a little scrappy in these first few minutes. It's not kept in on the far side. Connor Miller. Now Genesis come forward down the left. Good jinking inside, but well read. Going forward to the edge of the D, but again, the Wessex defence just holding firm at the moment. Across to Lima, comes inside. Goes back. Now a shot from distance, blocked by Miller. And that runs out for a kick, and again on for Genesis. Just starting to build a little bit of pressure, Genesis.
Some good patience on that last move. It had broken down, but they reset the move and gave themselves a chance there.
Lima passes it back, and hospital pass really there. Gave his teammate no real chance, and Mendes brings down the Wessex player, and that will be a free kick. Good spot on the far side, but it runs out of play.
We spoke in the preamble, Peter, about set pieces and restarts. I think that's going to be really important in this game. We almost saw one exploited there.
Corner taken and appeal for handball, and handball given. Well, there is the restart that we were talking about before the game, but maybe not in the fashion that we thought would happen. Let's see here. Just a clear handball, and it will be a penalty. Cruz with a handball, and a chance for the opening goal of this semi-final. Jordan Matthews puts the ball down. Matthews scores! The opening goal of the first semi-final has gone to Essex, and it's gone to their main man, Jordan Matthews. Great penalty, plenty of power. Past the keeper, to the keeper's right. And Wessex go 1 up.
Yeah, absolutely clinical penalty there. I think it was a penalty as well, and Wessex have started strongest.
Yeah, seeing the replay of the penalty incident, the corner itself, it wasn't really a player on the far side he was aiming for. It was almost like he was actually playing for what actually happened. It was taken a bit quite quickly, and well, only the player will know, and of course he might say he meant to do it. Certainly I would. But it looked interesting because I didn't see a Wessex player on the far side of the D where he could possibly have been trying to pick out.
I think they may have just got fortunate there with it hit his hand. So
yeah, he might try and claim it. We'll find out after the game. Anyway, what can Genesis do about this? Just pulls it behind the main forward. That's a good opportunity there.
Yeah, in that situation, if Azanik Bell had just been a bit wider coming around behind the back there, he might have had an opportunity to finish that, but he got in front of the first post, so the opportunity went begging.
But a good move down the left, good spin, but just failing to pick out his teammates. Wessex down the left, just slight miscontrol. Has that gone out of play? Yes, it has. That's a good opportunity missed there, because there were men square.
Some changes have happened to number 4, Adam Barrs on the court, and number 9, Harry Tozer.
Missed opportunity though for Wessex, who are 1 up in his early stages. Genesis, good move, and now space down the left. Chance to cut in, but the ball just rolls kindly for Genesis. Well blocked by the keeper. Good chance here, and again, second save. The concentration shown by the keeper. But another chance here. He's going to have to be alert once again, and he's come out and blocks it at the feet of the captain of Genesis. And Lima with a couple of bites at the cherry there, but still it's 1-0. But Genesis have really now got the bit between their teeth, trying to get back level. There's plenty of movement further forward. That just runs out of play, but they're starting to move the ball around very quickly.
Yeah, that's a great response from Genesis. Charlie Philpott called into action, had to make 2 point-blank saves, and the importance of the goalkeepers will really feature as this game rolls out.
Philpott throws downfield, good throw. Again, the flick down the line. It's just not run so far for Harry Tozer on his left. That's twice he's had a chance to get the ball under control, and it's just ran away from him. Back to Genesis, who once again are slightly favouring the left-hand side, but noticeably the passing for Genesis has increased in tempo and also accuracy, as shown here, and they equalise. This time, Philpott cannot stop the shot, and at the 4th time in quick succession, a shot comes in, but this time it's into the back of the net, and it's the equaliser for London Genesis.
That was a great finish. He's actually hit that with the outside of his left foot, and that's what fooled Charlie Philpott. He thought he was going to go with a toe punt, but he's sliced across it, and that's taken it away from Charlie Philpott. Great finish.
Fantastic goal there, and the equaliser, and this game is really now starting to develop in the style of how we thought it might. Genesis really coming back into this game, and now level and moving the ball around again very quickly on the left. Lima's finding plenty of space. Room on the right for Iqbal. He decides to go back down the left. Misplaced pass. That's the first misplaced pass for Genesis for a couple of minutes. Philpott's out of his D. Good chip ball forward. Just couldn't find a Wessex player in the centre, and now Genesis can break once again downfield. Lima, good block on the near post.
And that's the game in a nutshell there, Peter. It's an opportunity there for Wessex, and then Genesis are counter-attacking.
Well, that's a very poor corner and a chance for Wessex. There's men over here. Oh, it blazed over, but there's going to be a free kick. It was a late challenge. Came in on the far side. Harry Tozer on the far side. He's moved from his normal left side position. See, there was a loose corner, and then down goes Tozer, and there's the sliding tackle comes in. There were men over, but still it landed at the feet of Max Jenkins, who blazed over. It was a chance that needed to be taken first time. Free kick straight at the keeper. He's done well to sort his feet out there. He's a tall goalkeeper, but he'll have to be in action once again here. Chance. This one was a more regulation save. Broken into the area, and the scramble doesn't result in a goal. Fantastic goalkeeping there on 2 occasions.
Well, both young goalkeepers have already proved their worth. Three bites at the cherry there for Wessex, and Genesis stood up to it. But
Yeah,
again, it just shows you on those corners there. If you don't get it right, and they read that one quite easily, Wessex.
I think the first save for me was probably the best because he had to, as I said, sort his feet out for quite a tall goalkeeper. Speaking of keepers, Philpott down the right-hand side, and a chance now for one keeper to try and score past the other, and that was very close, just over the bar. He got the line right, but not the length.
Well, Charlie Philpott really, you have to say, he really committed there for Wessex, but left themselves open.
Oh, well, that just nearly goes straight through everyone, and it results in a throw out. Harry Tozer. That was a real chance.
That's the second time Charlie Philpott has got the ball into the pivot. Previously it was Harry Tozer, so Genesis need to watch that. They need to switch on, otherwise they're going to get exploited.
Philpott once again out of his goal. And we're going to have another corner, but this time from the left-hand side, and the last time we had a corner from the left. It resulted in the handball for the penalty.
And Wessex have made a change again. All 4, the original 4, are back on the court.
Poor corner this time. And it goes straight through. Genesis. Inside their own half. Back towards their own keeper. They might have to go under pressure here. And anywhere will do to get out of danger.
Again, straight into the wide pivot.
Thrown back. And another goal. Slid in at the far post. Well, I mentioned anywhere will do for Genesis to try and clear the ball. But straight away, when the ball was cleared, it was a really good pick out here by Philpott. He throws it straight back into the same position, knowing one piece of control can result in a cross, and that's what's happened. And it's the second goal for Wessex. And, well, they've managed to stop Genesis, who really had the bit between their teeth, and they now retake the lead.
Again, we saw a slight variation there, so instead of the pivot being in the central area, the pivot came out wide, and that the defender, the fix, didn't come with him, and that opened up the opportunity, and a great finish by Terry New on the second post.
So New with the second goal for Wessex. What can Genesis do? Last time when they went behind, they took control of the next couple of minutes. Here comes goal scorer New. That's misplaced, and the break is on 2-on-2. Down the left they go, and well blocked out, and 2-on-2 at one end, nearly became 2-on-2 at the other. Back to Philpott from Colin Miller, who's back on. Long ball forward, and just failing to get anything on that. Could well have taken it past the keeper.
Just shows you Charlie Philpott's passing range. He's starting to find his range now, and he's definitely causing them problems behind the fix.
Yeah, those long throw outs really causing problems. Another corner, this time a deliberate leave, and the shot came in from Miller, the dummy from Matthews. Well worked routine. Didn't quite work out. Once again taken back to Matthews. Shoots from distance. Great save. Tips onto the crossbar. That was rising into the roof of the net. And I think Matthews there was just taking a bit of anger out on the ball. That was a tremendous shot and a great save.
Yeah, again, Owen Locke keeping his team in the game.
Brilliant save. Just tips onto the crossbar. Now can Genesis take advantage, or will Wessex stream forward? They've got 4-on-2 here, and they've got their third goal. He didn't need any help. It's captain Connor Miller. He had men to his right, he had two men to his left, but he ignored them all and found the top corner.
I think Wessex have worked out what they're trying to do. Genesis are trying to do. They're trying to go down the left-hand side of the court. They're trying to use that parallel pass, and they've got extra bodies over there to deal with it, and they've been picking them off, and that last move was a classic example, and it's forced Genesis into taking a time out with only 13-17 to go.
Well, a fantastic first few minutes of this game, and Genesis, after going one down, really started to get back into the game. They got the equaliser, but then they started to dominate with some crisp passing. But what Wessex has done, they've been very good in exploiting the gaps in behind with direct play from the back, from Philpott especially, and then they've taken advantage when they've had the chances. They've taken them, and they're 3-1 in front.
And it just shows you in that last goal the speed of the counter-attack. That was absolutely devastating. And what would Genesis be thinking about now? Well, I think they need to stabilise the game. They don't need to score straight away. There's a long way to go in this game. If you've been involved in futsal for a while, you'll know that a 2-goal lead is next to nothing. But it's really important that Genesis, they stay in the game here. And even if this finished at 3-1 at half-time, that would be good enough.
This is the third goal. This is a tremendous goal. There's 2 on the left, 1 on the right. But with his left foot, beats the keeper with a crisp shot. And, well, that's what... that shows how confident the captain Connor Miller is, knowing that there was men in arguably better places, or they could have developed a chance, but he didn't need them. And we're back underway. It's Wessex again, 3-1 up in this first semi-final. Genesis now down the right-hand side, good interplay between Sarmento, who tries a reverse ball. That's just gone out of play. Barbosa on the near side just couldn't quite wrap his foot around in time. That with Wessex. Forward goes Matthews, and a good tackle needed here. And I think he knew that behind him there was 1 or 2 Genesis players, and that was a important block there. Genesis trying to work an opportunity. Down the left, that just comes off the foot of a Wessex player. So it's going to be a corner. Corner taken back. Jumps to the ground, nothing's going to be given there. Told to get to his feet by Connor Miller.
He was definitely looking to try and draw the foul there, but the referee was in a good position to see that.
First time ball could actually result in danger for his team, and Matthews failing to find Miller. Good chance there for Wessex. Miller's not happy at all.
He took up that classic second post position, and he was free. If he played the pass, I think it would have been a goal.
Flick ball by D'Souza down the line. Didn't quite work out. Tries to chase down his own error. But Genesis there, again, just getting the ball downfield. No one in particular trying to be picked out. That's a pull ball by Philpott, one of the first from the keeper. Barbosa. Use it for Miani. Far side, shot blocked. Thiago Santos on the far side, who scored a hat-trick against Chelsea Foundation in the group stage. That's a loose ball though, and a real chance for Matthews. Goalkeeper comes out and was quickly to the edge of his D. The ball still live though, and it's going to be a Wessex ball on the far side. New couldn't get a clean shot on goal, but this was Matthews clean on goal. Really good chance.
Yeah, I think with that one, Thiago Santos, the 6, he made it very clear what his intention was going to be with that pass, and they read that.
Back underway, and Wessex couldn't create anything from that promising position on the right. Matthews there, just rolling his foot over the ball, and I think that just gave the goalkeeper the confidence then to come straight out, knowing that Matthews wouldn't have any more time to do anything, to maybe try and take it round him. That's a loose play. And Genesis now trying to turn and shoot. Crossing, it's surely a goal here. And it is. Well, it's a bit of a mess by the defence, but eventually the ball was squared. Cemento knew what he had to do. And he got the ball into the box, into the D, and, well, it was just a simple case of just getting the ball under control. A little bit of mess by the defence out wide. And that's the second goal for Genesis. And a mistake there. Wessex once again. Can Genesis score again here? Lovely dummy. Keeper comes out, blocked on the line. Keeper blocks again. And at the third time, trying to be poked home. And the equaliser doesn't occur at the moment. Genesis with a man over on the far left there. Comes back inside. Lovely play. Oh, it's deflected onto the post by Philpott. I don't think he knew an awful lot about that. But he was effective. And Genesis, the bit between their teeth now. A bit of head juggling, seal play as they come down the left. And that runs out. I think there's going to be a free kick though.
The game seems to have just gone up several levels. There's too many turnover of possession. I think the coaches won't be happy with that. But that was a good goal to get Genesis back in the game. But some loose play from Wessex.
Yeah, Wessex really under the cosh here. Genesis look like they've just changed gear. Very important save though by Philpott. Squared and a shot comes in. That goes wide. Thiago Santos getting good connection on the ball, but just wide of the near right post. Now Wessex could just do with stringing a few passes together. They're just riding a bit of a storm at the moment, but as we know in futsal, that can change just through one pass. Slowing the game down, a shot from distance. I think Wessex at the moment won't mind a little bit of pace being taken off the game. Again, they are in front. Long ball, that's just going to go over its intended target, and it will be a Wessex ball.
I mean, from what I've seen of Wessex previously, there has been some uncharacteristic mistakes in there, really. At the, certainly at the back.
Building play once again, Wessex. Intercepted though, and a chance in the centre. They're going to try a 1-2 and back again. Maybe not the best option to go back. The chance probably lay with Mendes. And the move breaks down. And in futsal, one move breaks down, another one starts at the other end. But that's going to go harmlessly wide. Maybe just the run option, trying to go for that second 1-2.
I think Genesis are really sensing this as an opportunity for them to get a few goals, to get themselves back in the game and further ahead.
Almost an interception there. It's going to be a free kick there. Certainly are exploiting the two wings at the moment, Genesis. The first few minutes of the game it was the left, now more of the right with Mendes.
And Wessex need to be careful because they're now on 4 fouls and there's still just over 9 minutes left in the first half.
It's going to be a corner as well to Genesis. Yeah, 4-3 on the foul count. Corner's going to be taken here. It's going to have a second opportunity, I think. Good applause from Philpott. 3 men standing very central for Genesis, outside of the D. Long ball forward. It's going to go straight to the keeper. Left-hand side, trying to work the play down the centre now, but runs into a purple wall. .55 left then in this first half. It's been a very entertaining first half. Plenty of incidents, and I think there's going to be plenty of more. Again, keep an eye on those fouls. Try to measure the ball inside. Tries to then go himself. Does Daron. That doesn't work out. Powerful player. He's trying to bulldoze his way through the centre after misplacing the initial pass. Gap has to go back to his keeper. Matthews, that's going to be cut out, and almost a chance down the right. It can still happen though for Genesis, and a shot from distance is wide once again. Cruz with the effort. Mendes was free down the right though. So that's going to be more changes for Wessex. But a chance for Genesis. There's 2 men over in the middle. Just couldn't get the ball under control. Elhana. Oh, and a shot after the whistle there was taken in good spirit by the goalkeeper Philpott, even though it was way after the whistle. But a yellow card shown there by referee Andy Page. And that means we are all square in terms of fouls. Wessex down the left, lovely reverse ball and a great save, but he can't stop the second. What a lovely reverse pass by Connor Miller. And through went Matthews. First stop was exceptional by the keeper, who's holding his arms out to say to his defence, come on lads, I tried my hardest here. The first stop is really good, but that's great play, and using the outside of his foot just turns the ball into the empty nets, and the 2-goal advantage is back for Wessex. They lead 4-2.
That's a prime example of the importance of players being able to play as pairs. So you saw the pass in there, Jordan Matthews drove on, but the finish was absolutely sublime from him.
Matthews Edge trying a long ball to return the favour for Miller. It's a lovely play though, and again just poked home outside of his foot past the keeper, who both keepers have had very good games, even though with just less than 8 minutes to go in the first half. It is 4-2. Miller looking to pinch the ball here and puts pressure on, and it will be a Wessex ball.
I mean, this position won't be unfamiliar to Genesis, because last week in their game against Cambridge, they were 2-0 down and 4-2 down and ended up 5-4 at half time. So they know there's still a long way to go in this half.
Once again, it's Philpott out of his goal. Pressure put on. Just getting rid of the ball there. Central position for Iqbal. Near side once again. Mendes always is an option for Genesis. Iqbal again in the centre. And the possibility of a foul there, nothing given.
I think he got the ball there.
I think he just got the ball, didn't he? And then got the man. Down went Al Hanna, who has the ball again. He's maybe going to shoot from distance. That was a disguised, tried to slide the ball down the left, but Miller knew what he was going to do there. It's a loose scooped ball by Mendes, but doesn't result in anything for Wessex.
I mean, Wessex aren't being particularly aggressive in their pressing here. I think they're quite happy for them to bring the ball in, and once it gets within the half, then they're looking to put the press on.
Once again, down
and
the right.
Here comes the counter.
Counter again. Miller's free. Can't get on the end of the through ball from Matthews, who acknowledges the slide from Miller. Oh, lovely play, and that will be surely the 5th foul. It will be. Lovely drag back, and
I think he's
is it gone out of play? It went out of play. So the drag back went out of play. Well, that's very fortunate there for Wessex, because that was certainly going to be a foul, but the drag back must have just gone out of play. So, well,
they've got away with one there.
They really have got away with one. .6:28 on the clock. Again, 4 fouls for each side at the moment. That's loose from Mendes. So with those 4 fouls, could be one reason why Wessex are just sitting off slightly and letting Genesis have play just until they get inside their own half. Ball forward by New. Miller, drag back, good block. Slide from New. Hit his arm.
Handball.
New didn't know anything about that at all, but still, ball just touching his arm. So that's going to be the 5th.
Yeah, he used his trailing arm to get around and try and help himself up, and the ball appeared to, he might feel a little bit aggrieved at that one, but the referees have given it, and Connor Miller's having a discussion. Yeah,
Connor Miller, the captain of Wessex, saying, well, that's a very, very light handball decision, and it results in the 5th foul. They've been on 4 for a while, and to give away the 5th in such an unlucky manner, you'd say, is going to be very disappointing, and now with just over 6 minutes to go, that's a long time to be on 5 fouls.
And Genesis will be thinking about, well, how can we draw this foul? Let's get our dribblers on. Can we really have a go at players and try and get that 10-metre penalty?
Alhanna across to the far side. Back to Cruz. Alhanna and Mendes forward. But here comes Wessex and Matthews. That's an important toe on the ball, but an illegal tackle. That's going to be given as a free kick. Well, I thought that was a good challenge. That's going to be the 5th then foul for London Genesis. So we can see Matthews going beyond his man, and I thought here he just got to toe on the ball. Did Cruz. But the referee was only 2 or 3 yards away. So we're all square when it comes to fouls, 5-5. And this could be... There's going to be a yellow card. I think that's probably for dissent, arguing the decision. Now this could be a bit of a preview of what's to come in the final 5 minutes and 50 seconds. A direct free kick from what will be just shy of 10 metres. Matthews. Oh, he's hit the outside of the post. Unlucky from Matthews. He tried to get his foot around the ball using the instep, and it didn't come back enough. Here we go again with the free kick.
Yeah.
Look at this for an angle. Just trying to pick out that top corner. Just failed to bend round in time. Very good effort.
And both teams now, they're walking a bit of a tightrope defensively. How aggressive can they be? And they've got to sort of look at the last couple of fouls that have been given. Quite a soft handball and a 50-50 free kick there. So, you know, the players have to be really careful now in terms of the challenges they make. And you hope the referees are looking for a clear-cut foul. You know, without doubt it is a foul.
Do you think either side will change their style now? Do you think they'll maybe go slightly more direct as a ball goes forward just in that style, and New from the back was forward in the D, and the goalkeeper was needed once again.
I think Wessex are mixing it up. Charlie Philpott is looking for the opportunity to play into the pivots there, but they're also showing some patience.
Matthews from distance appealing for handball once again, but none given. Over goes the new yellow-carded Cruz, and the break is on with Cruz, who's been in the action for the last 2 or 3 minutes. Appeals all round here. Every player on the court is appealing for one thing or another, including Philpott, who's not in the action. It's all getting very heated in this final 5 minutes. And this
will be the other thing. Like any debatable challenge, the players will be calling for it. The coaches will be calling for the foul.
Yes, especially with the manner, as you were saying, Louis, regarding the manner of the last two fouls. There's going to be plenty of appeals, plenty of noise here at Loughborough University, the first of the Tier 2 semi-finals. And the break is back on here for Wessex. That's blazed over there by Matthews. I'd have expected Matthews there to hit the target. That was a really good opportunity.
He was kind of reaching for that ball, wasn't he? He wasn't quite getting round it, so his body shape wasn't quite right for that.
On his left side, if you compare to his effort from the free kick with his right, it wasn't nearly as comfortable. So the first of the two semi-finals, second one at 2 o'clock later this afternoon. And then the grand final day on the 27th. At the moment, it's going to be Wessex in the grand final. Good ball forward onto the chest of Matthews, but miscontrolled. 4:30 on the clock, lovely spin, but that's just going to run out of play. It was Paulo Lima on the left. Beautiful spin away from his man. Miller can't control. Lima again. Holds off his man. He's more central this time. Shot comes in, blocked. Sarmento nearly back on the field. Down as a player today. The coach is Claudio Fernandez, but Sarmento, who has been the coach on many occasions, he's the on the field now for this last 4 minutes or so, I'd imagine. Takes the corner. And I think just caught between two minds there, Paulo Lima, whether to shoot or to try and play the ball back over to the left-hand side where there wasn't actually anyone there.
Yeah, I think he was hoping there was going to be a player slightly wider to take up that second post position.
It's almost where he actually was, and he moved from that position, but no one took over. And that nearly has worked into a very nice ball forward. A real good play and spot by Adam Barr. Just into an area, really, rather than picking out the man. There's Barr again intercepting. But it was a lovely ball forward, and there was a man there, but it just spanned to the keeper. Lima across to the left. Sarmiento's now more central. Trying to be busy on the left-hand side. Sarmiento has to go back. There's men on the left. There they are. Barbosa runs out of play. But it will stay with Genesis. Barbosa will be told to go back to the halfway line. You can maybe try and steal a yard, but I think 6 or 7 may be a bit too much really for the referees. Simiani also is on the near side. But it's with Wessex now. Down the middle comes Matthews. Through to Lima for Genesis. Out comes the goalkeeper. And at the second opportunity, Lima could not steer it home. But Genesis now once again into the chest of the goalkeeper. And more regulations say Sarmiento's disappointed with that effort. But it was a good block by Phil Potts.
And also an important clearance by Adam Barr that took one off the line. Yeah. Wessex back under pressure.
Sarmiento takes the corner, and it was attempted to lay back into the path of Barbosa. Lima with a chance here. He's got quick feet, turns his man, appeals, nothing given. Break on for Wessex. Matthews just for a second getting the ball back under control, and the ball will run out for a Genesis ball. There's a chance there for Wessex. At the moment, Genesis just causing Wessex a few problems. Lima especially with his quick feet. He's now on the left, and the ball gets moved to the right, and the goalkeeper again comes out and celebrates his own block. And why not?
Yeah, I think futsal goalkeepers, they're a breed of their own, and you'll see that they'll celebrate those saves almost like they're a goal. It's so important to them.
Especially those there where he read the play. Ball's back with Lima in a central position, but he read the play really well there, Phil Pott, and got to basically the ball at the same time as the attacker. And I think that's more what he was celebrating, the well reading the game from himself rather than anyone else. And again, why not, if you're a goalkeeper, celebrate a save? Nearly called in action once again, Phil Pott. You see penalties scored by players, and then players celebrating a penalty scored. Well, why can't you celebrate a save? Right, break on here for Wessex. We're reaching the 2-minute point of the first half. Well, when you're on 5 fouls and you're lying on the ground, to swing a leg like Adam Barr has just done is a risky manoeuvre.
It's a brave challenge, but as we mentioned before, Adam Barr's a really experienced, he's an international futsal player, so you've got to give him credit for that.
Lima's just going to shoot here, and that goes wide. More changes for Wessex. News come back onto the field. Miller with a bit of space, tries to pick out Matthews again. That combination has worked so many times in this first half. Sarmiento's now on the left. Minute 30 to go in this first half. Again, both teams on 5 fouls. Almost an opportunity here, and he's been pinched off him. Matthews! Oh, he's dragged it wide. Wide of the far post. A glorious chance for Jordan Matthews. Wide of the far post. I expected when the shot was taken for the net to bulge there. Matthews did as well. Back with Phil Pott. Good pass by Phil Pott. News on the far side. Miller had stopped his run.
And there was an opportunity there for Sarmiento. He was open, and Owen Locke didn't see it.
Sarmiento goes to ground. So does New and Lima. Kept in well on the far side. Matthews comes back in on his right, tries to pick out Miller. There was an opportunity maybe for a shot there from Matthews. But here come Genesis, they can break down the left. Lima, Barbosa in the centre, can't be picked out. And it's cleared by Wessex.
It just shows you that as coaches we talk about finishing the attack, and Wessex didn't finish the attack, and they gave the opportunity to Genesis to come back at them.
Final few seconds then of the first half. Step over from Lima doesn't work out. Clearance. They get lucky there, Wessex. New just into the back of his own player. It might work out very favourably. Here goes the captain and goes straight into the keeper. Blocks with his chest. Fabulous chance in the last few seconds for Wessex to get a fifth. Time may just save him here with his shot blocked. And the half-time whistle blows. And Wessex, first of all, they will be very happy the fact that they're in front by 4-2. But in the last few seconds, they had two really good opportunities to get the 3-goal difference, which going into half-time would have made an awful lot of difference to their team talk, I'm sure.
Yeah, firstly, what a tremendous first half that was. It was really hard one to call because both teams have been starting differently, but they've served up 6 goals and we could have had plenty more. But Wessex will probably be the happiest out of the two teams at 4-2 up. They had that, as you say, they had that opportunity there. Owen Locke made a crucial save there, got himself out quickly, stayed big, stayed straight on and kept it at 4-2. So at the moment, I would say, even though at 4-2 you think Wessex are holding all the cards, as we saw yesterday in one of the Women's Super Series Showdown, the game can change in 30 seconds.
It's been a fabulous first half, and, well, at half-time, we're going to try and show you now some of the highlights. Now, we might run out of time here with these highlights because there's been plenty of them. So we'll start with the first goal, a handball from a corner. Now, if you ask me how the first goal was going to come in the game, a penalty from a handball straight from a corner would have been fairly low down the pecking order.
Yep. But it's a tremendous penalty by Jordan Matthews. He, just puts everything on it and gives Owen Locke. If that's where you're going to hit a penalty, that's how to do it.
So Wessex went into a 1-goal lead, but Genesis came straight back. And the goalkeeper, Philpott, beat him with a shot there on the outside of his foot. Into the back of the net by Mendes. A good effort after Philpott making 2 or 3 really good saves in quick succession just before that. Both goalkeepers have done very well. Again, another celebration.
Yep.
The first of many by goalkeepers in this game.
And here we saw that throw out wide to Matthews and then Terry New on the second post. And that's something that Wessex have really exploited quite well. They always haven't had the output or the end product out of it, but they're looking to that as a main tactic.
Plenty of men over here on the left and the right for the captain for Wessex, but Miller decided it's my time. And he scores the next for Wessex, a really good shot. Matthews there just rolls his foot over the ball, and I think the goalkeeper there just came out as soon as that happens, knowing the guy's not going to have the chance to maybe go round or try anything spectacular. He's just going to try and get a shot on, but he came out to block it, and then Wessex caught at one end with Genesis moving the ball into the centre. It was Samento who knocked the ball across, and it was just prodded home.
And that is a brilliant finish there from Jordan Matthews. Finishing with the outside of his foot. It's a horrible position to get your body into, but he's got that ability in him.
That was a handball there from New, and that was the 5th foul for Wessex. And Genesis then followed with their 5th. Nothing after that. This is the free kick, which we thought might have been the first of a few, with both teams with over, 5 minutes to play when both were on 5 fouls. And nothing came from that afterwards. We thought that might have been the first direct free kick of many, and it hit the outside of the post. Matthews just failing to wrap his foot around the ball, hit the outside of the post. And that means at half-time we have the score, which is on screen. London Genesis 2, Wessex Futsal Club 4. And Wessex, what we didn't see there was those final couple of chances in the last minute. Both Miller going through on goal. Jordan Matthews, it was Terry New, in fact, actually, on the on the right who had another chance, and they will be disappointed that they've gone in with only the 2-goal advantage, but they are in front. Now, both sides, you can see, one on the right, one on the left. I'll tell you one thing I'd do if I was London Genesis. I'd open those double doors right next to them and just let a bit of air in. And you've got on the left-hand side, Wessex Futsal Club. So right now, if you were London Genesis, to try and get back into this game, would you be saying to the lads, look, you've been playing well, it's been going fine, the goalkeeper's made some good saves, you've created chances. Is it just keep on going, or would you try and change the style? Because at the moment, I think Wessex, they are defending well.
Yeah, I think what they've got to consider is that they actually have had themselves quite a few chances, Genesis, and how much do you change? Do you sort of carry on and believe in the way you're playing and your philosophy and your playing style, or do you start to think about, well, do we play fly keeper? Do we go a bit more direct? Because Genesis are looking to build up play. They are looking to play down the wings. They are looking to play those intricate passes and unlock the Wessex defence. And they have had some success. They've had Charlie Philpott has probably made 9 or 10 crucial saves, and it's Genesis' job to find a way around that. How can they get round Charlie Philpott to open up the second post? I think for Wessex, I don't think they'll change too much. I think they'll just carry on as they are. But I think it's just got to be patience here. I don't think Genesis can win this game in the first 10 minutes, but they could certainly lose it. They go a bit too gung-ho, throw too much caution to the wind. I saw that in a previous game with another club where they were 3-1 down and they went fly keeper and the game just disappeared. So I think Genesis have got enough in their locker to get themselves back into this game. They did it in their previous game, and that's how they'll be thinking, I think, at half-time.
I don't think it's any surprise that Wessex are in front. They have started very, very quickly in their 2 games in the group stages. And then you look at London Genesis, only 1-0 up at half-time against Chelsea Foundation, ended up winning by 6-0. So for London Genesis to come back into this game, it wouldn't be a surprise with what they've again shown in those group stages. Both sides convincing at the top of both tables. Winning Group D in some style, London Genesis, and Wessex winning in Group B. So 4-2 at half-time here at Loughborough University. We mentioned beforehand just about the conditions, and I made a little joke really about opening the doors, but it has got quite warm in here. We are quite high up as well, so we're going to be maybe slightly warmer than the players down at court level, but
I don't think so.
maybe I'm just trying to think of that as a benefit, because it is actually fairly warm up here. But what's with the heat, it's going to obviously tell towards the end of the second half. Would you say that would benefit one side or the other, or are both sides just equally as fit and as are as professional as each other really when it comes to that side of their game?
Well, I think we saw with Wessex, the amount of time the players were on the court, they brought that down. It seemed to be that they were on 2-minute rotations or slightly less. They brought on the last 4 with about 1:50 to go. So that'll be down to 2 things that you require here. One is you need honesty from the players. If you're tired, put your hand and get off the court. I think that's important now. The players have to be honest out there, and they have to say, I'm tired. Even though the coach might want them to be out there for another 30 seconds, they've got to put their hand up and say, get me off. And also the coaches just have to look at the game and assess it, and the foul count is going to be important if we're going to reach 5 fouls again very, very early on in the second half. All those factors, the coaches have got a lot of decisions to make. Do they change their 4s? Wessex have been quite happy to have certain 4s on at certain times. That relationship between Jordan Matthews and Conor Miller is very clear. That's a key pairing. Do you change it up? Do you need to go defensive? Do you need to change your 4s? So these are all decisions that the coaches are going to have to be thinking about over the next sort of 15-20 minutes of the game.
It's only a few minutes left then before the 2 teams will be back out onto the court. It's, to be perfectly honest, and I'm sure everybody watching on the live stream, wherever you are in the world, really will have enjoyed that first half. I'm expecting just the same in the second half. I thoroughly enjoyed that first half. I'll be very interested to see what happens in the first few minutes of this second half. It's going to be I'd say all important, really. You want to get off to a good start in the second half. That's completely obvious in any game, in any scenario. But in this scenario, I don't think Genesis need to panic, do they?
No. I do think the next goal is going to be important. If Genesis can get that, in the first 3 or 4 minutes, that gives them a lot of encouragement. If Wessex get that goal, then there's a 3-goal difference, and then you start to think about how long on the clock before Genesis need to start making some more direct changes to their approach to the game.
So the players look like they're ready. Myself, Pete Selby, and Louis Melville next to me. High up in the gods at Loughborough University, we are ready for the second half. And hopefully you are too. 20 minutes away from finding out the first finalist in the FA Futsal National Football Series Tier 2 semi-final, and we're back underway. Genesis in the red from right to left against Wessex in the purple from left to right. And Wessex with that 4-2 advantage from the fabulous first half. Let's have a super second. And the good throw downfield for Wessex. Just exploiting a bit of space on the left. They push back though. Ball inside. An attempted turn by Gap. And that was more of a hopeful ball forward. That's going to be an interesting decision. It's going to be a corner. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I think that was the right decision there.
So both teams back to the 0 on the foul count. We'll keep a close eye on that. And it could be an early chance for Wessex. Good block. And the crossfield ball was behind its intended target. So Wessex on top for the first few seconds of the second half. Flick ball from Genesis. Doesn't work out by Iqbal. And it's going to be a Wessex ball. It was miscontrolled by Elhana, who tries to almost beg for a foul there, but truth be told, he's put his foot on top of the ball and lost possession.
Yeah, I think he just rolled his foot over the ball a little bit too much.
Philpott out of his goal, and the ball to him was nearly intercepted. It's just gone high, and it's not the best of play there. So both sides just misplacing a few balls in the first minute or so, which is to be expected. Lovely layoff, and a volley just goes wide. Falling down to his right, Elhana, and he managed to get something on the ball, and it just span away from the near left top corner. It was a really good effort.
That was a great move from Genesis, as Iqbal finding the pass, and then the Cruz with that little layup and not quite getting the finish they wanted.
Yeah, just falling away from the ball coming across his body, and he was going one way. I think if he was falling the other way, if he was falling to his left and the ball was coming from his right, he would have had a better opportunity there, and it just went away from the near post. Cheered to the rafters, a miscontrol. 2
little errors there from Genesis, a miscontrol and then a complete miss as well. So they just need to focus their attention.
Antonio Cruz on this near side, just below our commentary position. He's won a kick in here. And a chance to work I was going to say a shot really, but the goalkeeper was always going to be confident about blocking or picking up a ball from that wide. It's going to run out of play. It was Iqbal with the shot. I think it was more of an attempt of maybe a chip to the far post if the keeper had gone down, maybe. So a fairly uneventful first couple of minutes, which I'm pretty sure Wessex would be very glad about. Now there could be a really good chance here for Genesis. Iqbal moves on to his left, but he was already on the left side of the D, and there was no room there to try and get his foot around the ball.
That was a great bit of play by Edvanio Cruz, the number 2, stepped in front, and that's what they're looking for, the passing. Can I get in front and can I nick it, and then can we start a counter?
Yeah, Cruz just moved into the centre there after starting on the left and managed to win the ball. Break on now, but it was 2-on-2. It was just behind Iqbal. So he had to go back. It's still with Genesis, although he's going to come off a purple shirt. Play's just going to be halted here. Captain Connor Miller's gone down, holding his face. It was a good chance there for Genesis. There was a 2-on-2 moment, but the ball passed across to Iqbal. It was just behind him. If it was in front of him, not only would he have had a chance to lay in a player on the right-hand side, but he would have been able to stride forward and probably, more than likely, get a shot off himself. Too sure what happened with Miller. See a collision there with the
Al-Hanna.
77 Al-Hanna, and got very broad shoulders, so if you've run into the back of him, you'll certainly know about it. Lima's on the field for Genesis, and he's going to try and turn. He does turn, falls on the ground, and well, he appeals for a free kick. Nothing's going to be given there, but a chance for Al-Hanna, and that's a good save by the goalkeeper. I think few people may have just had their eyes on Lima, who was still appealing for the free kick, and they forgot about the ball was live. And it was a good save in the end by the goalkeeper. It was a poor kicking, you can see here, and Al-Hanna was awake to the situation as the appeal was still being made.
One thing we'd like to try and do is to get the players to put a lot of disguise into what they're doing. So, you know, can you disguise the pass that you're going to play or the kicking you're going to play?
Hannah again on the right, who's been very busy. And you can hear the noticeable cheers there from the Wessex bench of tackles going in. And that's great to hear. There's a little push there by Lima. He's just saying we've just collided into each other. I think that's a bit of 6 of one, half a dozen of another. And knowing Andy Page as I do, I'm pretty sure he's going to say, look lads, let's get on with the game. I'm really enjoying this. It's a lovely day. Let's get on with it.
I think that's about spot on, really.
Still with Genesis. And now Miller can break. And that's well covered. He needed to get just something in between himself and his own D there. Barbosa was back. Miller goes to ground. It's a little bit tetchy in the first few minutes now. It's just starting to boil over. And again, referee Andy Page, I think he's just saying to Miller, look, I've just spoken to you about 2 seconds ago down the other end of the court. And here you are again on the floor. I've blown the whistle and you're still kicking out. It's not on.
Yeah, but both sides have got pretty good disciplinary records in the competition so far. So I think they just need to stay on top of it, and Jeff will be and Claudia will be looking at their players, and if they need to take them off for a minute or so just to cool them down, I'm sure they'll do that.
Yeah, and also it's nothing serious, isn't it? As well, it's more just a little bit of showmanship, a bit of play acting almost from both of the sides. Nothing serious at all. If it got serious, I'm sure the referees would be a bit more vocal and maybe saying something to the coaches as well. But I think it's been very well refereed. Wessex down the left. Newly on. And it's going to be left for Miller. Have another chance.
This one looks like it'll go back.
2 players on the halfway line, only one inside the D. That's Matthews. Matthews can't pick that ball up. Goalkeeper has not been called into action at the moment, so in lock in the second half for Genesis. Something Wessex will want to certainly address, but at the moment, again, they are 2 up. Nice layoff there by Miller, but it was read by the red shirt of Smiani.
Miller just coming a little bit deeper there to try and create the space to allow the Jordan Matthews to come round the outside of him there to exploit the space behind.
Miller back to Matthews. Lima versus Miller has happened a few times in this second half, and well, Lima got the better of the play there, and it's going to be a Wessex ball. No, it's going to be a Genesis ball.
again, Wessex quite happy to sort of sit on the halfway line and defend their own half and see if they can exploit the counter-attack.
And this won't be a problem at all for Wessex. Ball on the halfway line inside the Genesis half as well. Slow build-up play. Whilst this is going on, obviously the ball in court, the time will be ticking. They have that 2-goal advantage. Just be one real save by Philpott in this second half.
I think the referee trying to get the players to go back the 5 metres. They're trying to steal it straight away onto him.
It's going to be a free kick, it looks here. I think it was just new, just getting I think the first foot in there, just on top of the Genesis boot. So, and he was very close, was the referee, Andy Page, and he got on the spot there. He let a couple go, I think, and this time it's going to be a free kick who easily blocked. Purple shirts very organised in defence. New with a tackle, doesn't win the ball, and the ball across fails to find Sarmento.
Now you see Wessex there went a bit higher with the press, and that's forced the mistake.
Yeah, New and also Jordan Matthews further forward instead of just inside the Genesis half. They were towards the edge of the D. Well, in subs for Wessex, a feature of their first half. Philpott out of his goal. So the ball goes forward and it can be laid across here. Turns and, well, it's blocked by the defence. A well-worked move. Took a while for the ball to come down for Harry Tozer, but no one was next to him when the shot came in. They were in a position to more block the shot than make a tackle, and the block was made. Tozer, well taken corner. Goalkeeper was alert there. Could have gone anywhere. It's still with Wessex. Chance for a shot. Easy save by the keeper. Gap failing to get any real purchase on the ball. But Wessex now just putting a bit of pressure on Genesis.
Good steal.
Lima comes in with a very vital challenge and he breaks away with the ball. Goes beyond his man and a shot's blocked. Good poke out by the keeper. And again in futsal, defence can turn into attack. It nearly did. Lima, all action again. Sarmento, it's gone wide. But Genesis just with a couple of chances. Another good block by the keeper. Just failing to work a really clear chance. But Lima again just failing to give up the ball at all, even though it ran away from his possession a couple of times. Managed to get the ball back under control and fashioned a half chance. Here comes Genesis walking across the edge of the D by the byline, and the pullback finds only a purple shirt. Well, just get rid of the ball, say Wessex. Appeals for penalties, there's appeals for everything there, but just a bit of miscontrol. Goalkeeper Owen Locke not happy at all with the referee, wanting a penalty there.
Yeah, it just got a little bit messy there for Adam Barr at the back.
Blocked by the two midfielders, and it will be Genesis who have to build again from the back. Oh, another mistake in defence. This one not punished again. Goalkeeper read the situation well and came out and blocked the shot, but two defensive mistakes in quick succession, and neither of them were punished.
So another excellent save from Owen Locke. Both these goalkeepers, young goalkeepers, have really sort of managed to keep their side in the team in the game.
Yes, he was very alert there, was Locke. He came straight out to the edge of his D. But again, defensive mistakes. Oh, it's got in! Well, we're talking about defensive mistakes. I'm not going to put this one down as a defensive mistake. I think it's come off the player for Genesis on the far side. Was that Mendes? And it's just deceived the goalkeeper. So we're just singing the praises of Locke. Locke was just off his line, And I think that's just come off the defender's sliding foot, and it's gone in at the near post. It's the 5th goal for Wessex.
It's a great finish by Harry Tozer. I think he knew where the defender was, so he was using that space, and he got outside him, and then he managed to get the shot off. He had the angle, and Owen Locke possibly not expecting that shot as hard as it came in.
Miscontrol on the far side. So the 3-goal advantage that Wessex nearly had at the end of the first half has now happened 6 minutes into the second, and they're flying down the left once again. They've used that left side well in the last couple of minutes. So for the first time in this game, there is a 3-goal advantage.
Genesis just need to be careful there. Again, they allowed the ball to play into Connor Miller, and then it went out to Jordan Matthews, and they've got to stop that ball going into the pivot.
13:53 on the clock in this second half, and it's Wessex 5, London Genesis 2. New tackled, and Genesis have to try and get back into this game, and they're going to have a chance with a free kick. The next goal in this game is absolutely crucial. If Wessex were to go 4 goals up, that certainly would be very difficult then for Genesis to get back in. But a quick goal here for London Genesis, and they will be confident with plenty of time left that they can get back at least level. No extra time. Straight to penalties if all level. Poor effort though from the free kick. Cruz drags it wide, and it's blazed over at the other end. And of course, the more that Genesis start to press and throw caution to the wind, the more that Wessex will then look and trying to exploit the space in behind, which they have done already in this game very well. But there is a man over, and that was a glorious chance. Good save once again by Philpott, but I think they'll be very unhappy, London Genesis. It was a really good opportunity for Iqbal. Just failed to get a good purchase on the ball. That's going to run out of play. I think he was attempting to go back to the far side, to the far right, and just scuffed the ball into the goalkeeper's midriff.
Yeah, I think Charlie Philpott read that quite well as well. Got out, shut the distance down, and again made himself big. And another opportunity there. Yeah,
another opportunity on the same side, very similar this time. The ball was fizzed over to the left, and there was just too much fizz on the ball, and it went out of play. And so Genesis failing to capitalise on those, well, one very good chance and a second half chance. But they'll be slightly buoyed by the fact that they just have created something for the first time in really since the opening minute of this half. They've managed to put the goalkeeper under pressure and force him into a very good save. Miller.
Well, with 12:44 to go, Jeff Bonner knows that this game is not won. He knows there's still a long way to go, and they're going to have to fight for every moment on this court.
It's prowling the touchline. Hands on his hips. When on the Genesis bench, more anxious faces. Philpott, that's risky, and well, no goalkeeper in tending the net, and Cruz has just spooned that out of play. And to be fair, he's in a central position. The ball came to him with no real pace. That was a good opportunity.
Yeah, he just scuffed that one.
Back to Philpott. That was risky play by Wessex, having Philpott not only out of his net with disadvantage, but also then with a risky ball in play. It's just gone over. He's appealing for a corner. He's going to get it as well. So it just came off Cruz. But that was a good opportunity to take advantage of the empty net, again from a central position.
They do use Philpott a lot. They trust him. You know, he is part of their in possession plan. So, you know, I don't think they'll stop using him. It'll be something they'll want to do because it gives Genesis something to think about.
Yep, that was really the first time in this game he's actually just misplaced a pass when been outside of his net. That's a long ball forward where, if it wasn't headed clear, I think it would have ran through out of play, or the goalkeeper would have picked it up. There's going to be a number of changes now for Genesis, again, anxious faces, players hands behind their backs and on their hips, ready to come on, and they can almost sense that the game's just starting to run away from them with 12 minutes on the clock remaining. 3 goals down. Long throw once again, and nearly picking out D'Souza.
Yeah, that's good defending by Terry New there, just saw him out.
Yeah, I don't think Wessex at all will be bothered by that sort of play. They can easily shepherd the ball out and keep the ball away from the D. Miller in midfield has held the ball up very well, and under pressure from 2 of the Genesis side has won a free kick for his team.
Again, that's smart play by Connor Miller there, just drawing in the defender, drawing the foul, and just gives them a little bit of breathing space.
Philpott once again. Fly keeper out of his goal. Lovely flick down the line. Chance for Wessex, and again an attempted effort on the near post by Matthews after good footwork, and has tried to do what Wessex did a few minutes ago with their 5th goal, but this time just poked wide. Nearing the halfway point of the second half. Wessex 5, Genesis 2. Lovely reverse ball and poked wide. That was a golden opportunity for London Genesis, and they can't afford to miss chances like that.
No, that should have been a goal. Great movement from Genesis to open that opportunity up, and Zermiani, he really should be scoring from there.
Yeah, poked high and wide. It was a lovely, first of all, flick back inside from Lima and just blazed over. That was a golden opportunity. Good control by Matthews. That was played to him by New at some pace. This time it's Genesis who win the ball back, and a flick back to regain position by Barbosa. It runs out of play though.
That must have been a very close call on the line there.
Will change once again for Wessex. Plenty of rolling substitutes, especially as we mentioned in this second half of the second half, and there's a loose opportunity and goalkeeper gets back, Philpott, and it's over again by Genesis. Barbosa with that effort, but with Philpott out of his goal, Lima with a fantastic chance. Loose play by Wessex, picked up by Lima. Goalkeeper got back in position, but again another chance, and Genesis will be, first of all, they'll be slightly happy that they're making these chances or picking up on a few loose bits of play, but they've got to take advantage now with just over 10 minutes remaining. That's gone over by Philpott.
As you say, they can't keep being this wasteful with those chances, because the clock's starting to run down. Once we get down to 10 minutes or so, then the pressure's going to start to really mount.
Lima runs out of play.
And then what it will become for Wessex will be about game management, clock management. You know, can they see out the clock?
So Genesis on the far side, looking again to try and create something. Again, blocks cheered by the bench of Wessex. Captain Miller on the bench at the moment, just dousing himself down with the towel, but leading the chorus of cheers. Lima more central now, and Lima, so Barbosa, who missed a few chances, blocked again, and again cheers from the Wessex bench. Blocked to the near post by Philpott. Now Hannah with your chance. Once again, Lima. Oh, it's poked home. Well, Philpott has gone down to try and save that, but it's just been poked in.
I think it's Barbosa.
It is. It's Barbosa who's missed a few chances. This one, to be fair, was difficult to miss. And Barbosa has got Genesis back into this, just poking past Philpott, and all of a sudden, the sail of London Genesis has started to be filled with a little bit of enthusiasm and energy, because they're to within 2 goals now of equalising this semi-final. They're 3-5 down to Wessex, but they just have a bit more of a spring in their step. Lima tackled, and now Wessex will look to break. Tackle comes in from Alhana, runs out of play. Ball forward, runs straight through to Philpott. Long throw, headed out. 9:16 on the clock.
I think for Genesis it's still about patience now. There's 9:16 with 2 goals. There's still a long time to go in this game, and they just need to make sure that the next goal is for Genesis.
Well, stopped from going out of play by the keeper, Locke. Lima trying to flick the ball over his head, and a chance for Wessex if they can develop it on the left. They couldn't, and the break is on. Player goes to ground. Nothing given by the referee. It's going to be a Genesis ball, but a chance for Wessex there. There was a man over, and they just failed to develop the play into a goal-scoring opportunity.
I think possibly took one touch too many there, and it just closed the angle and allowed Genesis to counter.
Well marshalled there by Wessex, and again the break is on. Chance for maybe a shot here, but no, it can't be kept in by Max Jenkins. Jenkins was going to run onto that and maybe take a pot shot from the near side, but just ran out of play. That's a good ball forward, well brought under control. Now Hannah, it's going to be Genesis ball. .8:33 remaining in this second half. Still 2 goals, the advantage for Wessex, leading 5-3. Try again from roughly the same spot. Back out, opportunity now for Genesis. Lovely play on the right. Ball back in, and well saved by the keeper. Straight at the keeper. Good drag back, but out of play.
Again, good position there from Adam Barr to play the parallel pass down the line, but Blaze Gap couldn't quite bring that under control.
Yeah, seen a few drag backs just running out of play on the near touch line today. Left for Lima to try and create something on the right. The tackle comes in. Good play there by Adam Barr. Kept a close hold of the player, who I think that's why he's just appealing, because Barr managed just to grab hold of him, but then when he came in with the tackle, was a clean tackle and nothing given. Good defending. Barr picks it up, and a chance for Wessex, but Gap just couldn't bring the ball under control. He might have another opportunity now. The second one, no, he's left it for his teammate. It was after you, Claude, and no one picked it up.
And another good save there by Owen Locke. Blaze Gap there with a toe poke. Very low back lift, so Owen Locke did well there to keep that out.
Yes, right down at the goalkeeper's feet, and he managed to get his feet sorted to block the ball, but a couple of chances there, and The player goes to ground, and it's at the moment the Blaze gap show on the edge of the D, but he's yet to get a clean shot off on goal. Here he is again, battling it out, and the ball breaks for Lima. Again, Gap comes in with the tackle.
So Wessex again going with a higher press now to try and force Genesis to make mistakes nearer their own goal.
Yeah, noticeably Gap and also Jenkins quite far forward. Now, going to ground is Miller.
El Hannah with a yellow card there.
Hannah, who's been in conversation with the referee a few times in the second half. Philpott, the goalkeeper's come straight out of his goal and wasn't very happy with that. Miller on the field for only a few seconds, and on the court he goes to ground, and now Hannah is now sitting on the bench with a yellow card. 7 minutes of this semi-final left. Good interception there by Terry New. Wessex 5, Genesis 3. News just overran that, and it had to be blocked by Jordan Matthews. Now the bench aren't happy at all for London Genesis. Claudio Fernandez.
So I think the referee's given an accumulated foul there. So yeah, that's another foul against Wessex.
He's not happy at all. He's still remonstrating on the far side with in the background there with one of the officials, and play gets back underway and into the back of the net. Oh, I don't know whether any of the Wessex players had their attention on the bench, but play got back underway, and a shot to the bottom left-hand corner, and there's only a goal in it now with 6:53 on the clock. It's Genesis 4, Wessex 5.
Yeah, really crisp finish there from Edvanio Cruz from the corner. Set piece important there, and now it's really game on.
In for a thrilling last few minutes now. Referee just having a word with some of the members of the Genesis bench. And the noise you can hear now is from the London Genesis bench. It's gone fairly quiet on the Wessex bench. One goal in it. Miller to New, who tries to lay the ball off, but his teammate was hanging back. And he's back with Genesis again. Their tails are up. Shot comes in, tipped over by Philpott. That was going to rise into the top corner. Mendez with a crisp shot, well saved by the goalkeeper. There's a lot of power behind that. Here's Mendez.
Shooting opportunity opens up.
It's a good save, but the break's on here. 2 on 1, but stood on the ball. Matthews, he had Miller, and at the other end of the field, the goalkeeper needs to poke that out wide. Does so. Well, that was a golden chance there for Wessex. Miller was free, but Matthews stood on the ball. Will Wessex be regretting that in 6 minutes' time?
Yeah, that was a massive opportunity, 2v1 opportunity. I think they almost certainly would have scored, but unfortunately for Matthews, again, that's happened quite a few times in this game, players treading on the ball.
Just over 6 minutes to go then, 1 goal in this semi-final.
Both teams still have their timeouts as well.
This time the shot blocked. Once again, the shot coming in from distance. Cruz this time on the right, who takes the corner, and it was blocked by New. Cruz wins it back though. Mendez in the central position, dispossessed by New. Tackle comes in, blocked by the keeper.
I think we're going to get a foul here as well.
Yeah, Terry New has rode a few tackles there, and the referee's gone back to one of those and says that it was a foul. I think that's good refereeing, letting the play carry on, but then coming back for one of those, possibly both in fact, could have been given as a foul.
I think that's one of the advantages of futsal, where we have the accumulated foul rule, where the team, they still get a chance. Oh, what a finish.
Oh, it's a lovely goal. It's Miller. As the defence stood there like statues, it was Miller who came in and has poked the ball in from only a few metres out. See here the defence looking around, not even looking at where the corner's being taken from. And there's Miller, there's the movement. And he pokes it in from close range past the static defence. And the lead is back to 2. It's 6-4.
Great movement there from Conor Miller. He managed a double feint to get in front of Azan Iqbal, and then the finish. And again, another set piece.
Well, Matthews is free in the centre, and Miller can't find Matthews. 5:29 on the clock. It's 6-4 to Wessex. It's a nice pass, but miscontrolled. And again, the ebb and flow of futsal. One goal has changed things now. The noise is back with the bench of Wessex, and it's now Genesis who have their hands on their hips, wondering how we're going to get back into this.
Ooh.
And it's poked wide. Well, how are you going to get back into this? And that's an open goal from 10 metres out, central position, but it's been put wide. Fantastic chance, good save by the keeper, and poked in. Well, I think in the last few seconds that might well be what wins the game for Wessex. At one end, an open goal missed by London Genesis, and then only seconds later, it's Miller with his second goal in the matter of 30 seconds or so, and Wessex Futsal now lead by 7-4, and that might well be the deciding few seconds of this semi-final.
Yeah, so I think that's a hat-trick for Conor Miller, and I think we possibly might see Genesis go fly keeper here. I can see the number 8, Cemento, he's got the goalkeeper shirt on, so I think from this kick-off what we'll see is a line-up with Cemento as part of the attack, and we're going to see some fly keeper, which I think you wanted to see, Peter, at the start.
I wanted fly keepers from the start. Both sides, it would be a tremendous sight if both sides had the fly keeper from the start. We've seen Philpott out of his goal a few times, but absolutely wonderful chance for Genesis, open goal, and there was just a slight lack of composure, really, slightly hurried, ball was wide, and I think maybe one or two players on the Genesis side, after that ball went wide, were maybe just slightly down on their knees and not quite as alert as Miller. And Miller then hands an extra goal for Wessex Futsal. Understandably so when a golden chance like that goes begging. So we've got the fly keeper. And 5 minutes to enjoy this. So Genesis then with that extra man in the outfield of the court. Well worked. But Wessex are keeping their shape and pushing Genesis back and putting under pressure. And it only needs a half chance. They haven't developed it as yet, and now there's 3-on-2. Lima. And a chance for Genesis in the D and cleared by Wessex. Well, at both ends there was half chances.
That was a critical intervention there by Harry Tozer.
Once again, Genesis moving down the side, and this time it's on the right. They get to the byline, but nothing coming from that. Less than 5 minutes to go. London Genesis 4, Wessex 7. Ball dug out well, there's room on the right, but going down, and it's going to be a free kick for Wessex. I think Blaise Gap's done very well there. I know there was Matthews on the far side in open court, but to be honest, he's done well to keep the ball there, because if he was dispossessed, Genesis would have been cleaning goal and cleaning on goal.
Sometimes you need to use those tactical fouls.
Good ball across, and really good chance there for Wessex. Nothing comes from that. Going to ground, Lima. It's going to be a free kick.
And this will give Genesis the chance to get the fly keeper back on. So they do have the option here of the extra player involved. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with this set piece.
Chance for a direct shot, or are they going to try and work a better opportunity? The amount of players around Philpott. Shot comes in, blocked by Philpott twice, and he's going to try and start a counter-attack, and there's all sorts of appeals here.
And it's going to be interesting to see what the referee does here with the yellow cards.
Well,
Hannah's already on a yellow card.
There's finger pointing going on from defenders, from the goalkeeper. The referee on the spot once again.
If I remember my laws of the game correctly, the goalkeeper can't be prevented from releasing the ball, and I think that was a clear case of them being so. And I think the yellow card seems to be going to Barbosa.
Yeah, Barbosa was the nearer of the two, and I think it was just the Wessex players knowing that they've stopped what would have been a fantastic counter-attacking opportunity.
Well, I think Charlie Philpott was trying to go for the direct hit on goal.
And we know how accurate he's been with his long passing and kicking today. It would have been a really good opportunity, and a necessary yellow card, you'd say, for Barbosa. That's now the fourth for Wessex, and 3 because he fouls underneath the score. So whether that'll come into play in these last 4 minutes, holding the play up, and well, it runs out of play. I think there Barbosa's got a real case to be said. Jenkins holding him. That could have well have been the 5th foul, and that really would have made a slight difference, I would have said, to these last 4 minutes. Jenkins has managed just to get away with one there.
I think we're just going to see Genesis now just press and press.
Genesis down the left. Lima holding off 2 players, going to ground, nothing given. Philpott again, I think, just trying to maybe catch the keeper if he wasn't there. Oh, and Barbosa there telling his keeper to go over to the right, and forgot about bar and gap closing, and it was Gap who got there, and that was very close to a very soft goal.
They've brought their other goalkeeper on, George White, now, so Owen Locke sitting down for this phase of the game.
Ball forward, blocked by Lima. Well brought under control though, and in comes Matthews. Barbosa, who's been in the action in the last few minutes, at the back and in the opposition D as well. Iqbal near side, got Lima down the line, finds him. Lima in space, back to Barbosa, who drags it wide. Clear chance there for Barbosa.
Just again got his body shape wrong, so when the shot, his hips were facing outside the goalpost, so didn't manage to get that one on target.
Goalkeeper Philpott. Long down the line. It's going to be a Wessex ball.
Wessex with their starting 4 on again.
Shot comes in near post and stopped by the keeper. Good effort there by Matthews. Cleanly struck. Corner taken. And an opportunity on the far side by D'Souza. Just couldn't reach that. And with now less than 3 minutes, caution being thrown by London Genesis.
So Genesis, they've set up as what's known as a house formation, really. So you have 3 high and 2 wide, and then can you create the space and also the angles to get the ball into the 6 metre?
D'Souza back, just knocking the ball out. Back with the fly keeper. Good turn away by Barbosa, but the first block by Terry New didn't need to block the ball, but he was already on the ground and was in position for the second block. Just over 2 minutes to go. Genesis back just behind the intended target. There would have been a good opportunity there. See if they can try again from the far right, but that's not going to make any difference whatsoever. And a timeout called by the Wessex bench. And they are 7-4 in front with just over 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Jeff Bonner probably given his four an opportunity to get a breather and maybe just to fine-tune something in terms of the defensive organisation. This is going to be key for them to keep their shape. They can't mark all five players, so it's thinking about defending. If they're on the left-hand side of the court, let's defend that side of the court. If it goes into the middle, let's make sure the middle's secure. And if it switches side, make sure and just try and stop any diagonal pass going into that 6 metre area where the problems then start. But it has to be said, with 2:04 to go, Genesis have really got their work cut out here.
Yeah, they've had one or two opportunities since going 7-4 down to get back in, and they've managed to create those but not finish them off, and also not get a clean strike on the ball. Barbosa a few times scuffing the ball wide, being slightly off balance with another, and even though they've managed to get down the flanks and to the byline on a couple of occasions, they've failed to then develop the play into a clear chance. Lima in this second half, I don't know whether Lima's really had a chance himself. He's done well on the left, but it's been at the feet of the likes of Barbosa and also El Hanna as well. When it's come to chances for Genesis, we would have wanted it to land at a different player on occasion. Also with Cruz near side with the ball, he's had a few opportunities. Cruz.
Sarmento's gone very high as the goalkeeper.
Barbosa centre. Yeah, Sarmento's just down the right. Cruz on the left. Back across to the far side. Tries to find Lima. Blocked. Here's Sarmento. Great save by the keeper. With his right arm. It was a flick by Sarmento. But also it was a flick by Philpott, who palms it away.
Yeah, clever there from Sarmento as we see the ball going in. Little just outside flick, but Charlie Philpott up to the job. And now with less than 1:25 to go.
Ball forward, goes straight through for a Genesis ball.
So Wessex are they going to drop off? Yeah, they look like they're going to drop off here, and they're going to let Genesis bring the ball out.
Sarmento once again goes forward on the right.
The ball just needs to travel a bit quicker if they're going to unlock them here.
Now a chance for Barbosa. Doesn't quite get the purchase on that, and it was a comfortable height for Philpott. Still a good save, but he slightly got under that and cut underneath the ball, which took all the pace off it. Less than a minute to go. Hopeful ball forward now, and again the cheers are from the bench of Wessex. They know that they have one foot in the final, and the other foot is fast approaching to stand alongside the other in the grand final. 44 seconds on the clock. Wessex Futsal are going to book their place. It's going to be a free kick by Barbosa.
I think it could be off here.
Yep, he's going to see another yellow card for exactly the same as he's seen the first yellow card, blocking the goalkeeper's clearance. It's going to be a grand final for Wessex Futsal. Red card there given to Barbosa. Again, that's two yellow cards, both for blocking the goalkeeper from releasing the ball. Not going to make an awful lot of difference, though, with 38 seconds on the clock. It's going to be Wessex Futsal in the final. They can cement their place and underline their semi-final win with a chance from 10 metres.
So, of course, the goalkeeper, he's allowed to, it's a free kick, so he's allowed to be up to 5 metres away from the ball. So he can either set himself up on the line or come right out, and he can move off the line when he wants. But he can't come in front of that 5 metre line.
Matthews. Great block by the keeper, and he recovers the ball as well. Chance for Lima at the other end. Shot comes in straight at the keeper. Back down the other end with Matthews. Flicked ball in. Again, well read by the keeper. Less than 30 seconds on the clock. Final chance for Lima, and Lima puts it wide. Hits the outside of the post. And that could well be the last chance for Genesis. They're going to give a corner here.
I think Philpott got a foot on that.
Well, if Philpott did indeed get a toe, that's fantastic athleticism by the goalkeeper. Final few seconds, no one in goal for Genesis. It goes wide from Matthews from inside his own half. And in the final few seconds, it's with Matthews. Matthews tries to dink it past the keeper. And the final whistle goes, and it's Wessex Futsal who win a fantastic semi-final. The FA Futsal National Futsal Series 2, first semi-final of the Summer Showdown. And it's finished Wessex Futsal 7, London Genesis 4. A fabulous first semi-final.
Yeah, I think it was the game we hoped it would be. London Genesis will probably look back at missed chances, and certainly I think one or two of those chances, when they look back tomorrow or tonight, they'll be really, rue those chances.
They will. All the players now just shaking hands with the referees. And so as the two teams retire back to their benches, we'll now go through the highlights of both halves, and there's plenty of highlights as well, as I go downstairs and to grab a word with both of the coaches. There's lots to go back over in this 7-4 semi-final.
So Jordan Matthews here with the penalty, struck that so superbly well to give Wessex the lead. And then this opportunity from Connor Miller there, absolutely rocketed that shot in. And then this was a really big opportunity for Genesis there as they got themselves back into the game. And then this was an absolutely brilliant finish with the outside of his foot for Edvanio Cruz there. I think it just took Charlie Philpott out of the game. And then Jordan Matthews and Terry New combining there on the second post. And again, a really good combination move between Connor Miller and Jordan Matthews with that outside of the foot finish. And then here we've got Harry Tozer, who managed to turn the defender there, and then with a brilliant outside foot. And then this corner piece from Genesis and Zermiani with a back heel, and then it just took a flick off Barboza, and that was a goal that got Genesis back into the game. And then this opportunity for Genesis. And then a brilliant shot there, which was fantastically saved by Charlie Philpott. And then we had Connor Miller completing his hat trick with that corner. So giving us the final score of 7-4. And it's Wessex Futsal Club will proceed to the final. So let's have a chat with the winning head coach, Jeff Bonner, and Pete.
Here now with Wessex Futsal head coach Jeff Bonner, winning head coach. Now, first of all, first season in the NFS, how does it feel to be in the grand final?
Well, it's happened really quickly. Obviously, we're over the moon. Probably not our best futsal today, but we've managed to drag ourselves over the line against a really good London Genesis team.
Yeah, it was a really good start in the game. It's been a feature, really, of the group stages as well, starting very quickly, scoring plenty of goals. Did you try and replicate that in this semi-final?
The court's probably a little bit smaller than we might have played on previously, and that tends to be a lot of goals. A very quick game, end-to-end, counter-attack versus counter-attack versus counter-attack, and Genesis are very good 1v1. We knew that was coming today. There was a few things, the ball seemed to be really sticky on the court today. Lots of players seemed to be struggling, tripping over the ball was stuck under their feet, and I think that maybe created more chances as well, because it wasn't free-flowing possession as it might have been.
Yeah, noticeable the play between Miller and also Matthews. Once or twice, again, putting their feet on the ball, as happened with a number of players. But the connection between those two was apparent for all to see.
Yeah, those two have got a great chemistry. They've played a lot of football and futsal together for many years now, and I've been fortunate to watch them play for many years. So yeah, the reason behind that is because they've done a lot of training and a lot of hours on the court together.
So as we look now forward to the grand final itself, how are you going to prepare the lads for that final? Any changes to what you've done before this game and before the group stages?
No, I can't imagine there'll be too much change. Hopefully the ball won't stick on the court so much. In the meantime, we've got to finish off an outdoor league that we started when we could only play sort of pre-easing of the restrictions to go indoors. So we're going to be at Westway next Sunday, and then the following Sunday, now thankfully we're in the final in Birmingham in 2 weeks' time. So we've got a little something else to prepare for the next game.
And who do you fancy playing in the final? What do you think about the second semi-final here today?
I probably know a little bit more about York than London Escola, just because we've had quite a few battles with York in the past when we were FC Salisbury United in the Super League. London Escola looked like a really young, clever, tough team to play against, so I'm sure that's going to be a great game coming up next, and to be honest, we'll take anyone. We're just happy to be in the final. Well,
Jeff, you can sit back and enjoy that second semi-final knowing that yourself and Wessex are going to be in the grand final in a few weeks' time. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very much. Well done, the lads.
Thrown to the VT package. He's thrown to it? Yeah. No, you are.
So that's Jeff Bonner then, the head coach of the successful Wessex Futsal, as we now take a look at the men's futsal Week 2 highlights as we prepare for the second semi-final.
Welcome to St George's Park, a venue historically known within the futsal community. Beautiful court here. We're here for the FA Futsal Summer Showdown, National Futsal Series. This is the big one. Division 1 is here, and we've got an amazing lineup for you today. We kick off with the curtain raiser. That is Bolton versus Derby. We'll then go to Worcester versus Pro Futsal London. London Helvetia then take on Birmingham in the early afternoon, and we've talked about a good curtain raiser. We've got a great finale as well as Manchester take on Loughborough. just a few moments ago. I did catch up, though, with the coaches of both sides. For Derby, it's Chris Sewell, and Bolton, Joe Ryan. Here's what they had to say. Chris Sewell, ahead of the game here today. Chris, first of all, I guess the question is, how nice is it to be back? How much are you looking forward to it? It's been a while.
Oh, fantastic. I mean, what's it been, 14, 16 months now? And to be back first game of the season at St George's, absolute dream. And the setup, production around the whole event, absolutely superb.
It's going to be an interesting one, this one. It's the game that a lot of people have sort of earmarked as potential game of the weekend. There's a lot of unknowns as well, a lot of new players. What are you expecting from this game?
I'm new with Derby. I've been in and around the league for the last few years, but first day with Derby, so it's just going to be getting in, seeing the lads. I think today's game will be a really exciting one.
So, massive game, so nice to be back for everyone here at the National Futsal Centre. How much are you looking forward to it?
I'm buzzing to be back.
It's been such a long time, isn't it, since we've been in this environment. Has it been in the camp quite a big thing? Has everyone sort of been earmarking this day for a long time?
Yeah, I think you know, everyone's excited to get back. It's been so long, so it's just about making the most of it and having, you know, do our jobs properly, and we'll have loads of fun. It'll be fine.
Bit of a unique competition, this is Summer Showdown, a shortened season, but gives us the opportunity as fans just to watch so much good quality futsal in such a short period of time. How much are you looking forward to getting involved in this? Because it's top quality, isn't it?
It's going to be brilliant. There's going to be some top teams out and show some top players. So I'm glad that I'm on the side of it. To be honest, I get a decent view, don't I?
Oh, Joe Ryan, really looking forward to it, as are we all. The scene is set then here at St George's Park for the first game of the day. Joe Payne starts in goal for Bolton. Rob Harper, Matt Overton, Conor Kernahan and Michael Bulmer are the rest of the starting five. For Derby, their starting five is Chris Paulson in goal. They've got Tom Gascoigne, Sam McGrath, Sam Huntington and Jordan Riley as their starting five. Time on the ball will be at an absolute premium. That's an early error. Overton looking to spin out, couldn't bring it under. That was half a chance if he could have controlled. That's a lovely turn of pace. Squared across, this should be the first goal, and isn't. 2 bites of the cherry, and not quite home for Derby. That was a big moment.
Yeah, huge in transition there, because I think Bolton had the ball down the top end, and then Derby broke really quickly through. I think Liam Hunt, who's really bright in those moments, probably should have been 1-0 up there. Yeah, they'll be strong. But saying that, they wouldn't have had friendlies of this level. Here we go.
Chance. Bolton then away. Shot comes in early. And I just wonder if Lamb didn't really trust his pace there.
Yeah, I think there he could have cut across the defender and got in a little bit closer. I think he's took it a bit too early, like you say. Probably didn't trust his decision making in going across the defender. Just kill that defender's movement. As that top man, as that pivot.
Strong defending from Bolton. Here they go in the transition, 3-on-2 here. Shot comes in. What a brilliant strike it is. And the first goal of the Summer Showdown in the men's top tier goes the way of Bolton. What an absolute banger it was too.
Yeah, it's a great goal in transition again. I said the goal might come from transition, but this was brilliant from Bolton in a 3v2. You know, so I thought he could have passed it and moved it, but actually the strike's phenomenal there from Oliway, who we know has got a great left foot. Really open up.
And is that something that will come with a little bit more time on the court together? We mentioned how many debutantes they've got.
Yeah.
Those are the patterns and the movements we see as attack here. That's a lovely little back heel, and there's the shot coming in. And Hunt has got himself a goal.
Brilliant. So that's what we're talking about again. You know, if I look back on that as maybe a transition, but what a goal again for changing in speed, if you know.
This is super from Sam McGrath. Have a little watch of this. Takes on the back foot and just sets it beautifully. Past the keeper, and Barber couldn't keep it out on the line. It's a great finish, and we've got a game on our hands here.
Yeah, definitely. I think defensively there, I think it was Tom Land that didn't really quite get in.
Dangerous ball, and Derby are in again. Good goalkeeping.
Great goalkeeping then to keep that as 1-1.
He was so sharp off his line there, Joe Payne.
It's easier to get good possession from having lots of possession than sometimes trying to get possession of the ball, if that makes sense.
Mate. Sort of, mate. I can see where you're going.
Do you understand what I mean? So
here goes McGrath. Squares it across from Lozano. Can't quite get on the end of it and wrap his toe around it.
In these moments like this, they won't come out with the ball.
Here comes Cook. Oh,
superb.
I love that. Can he get the shot away? He can. That would have been some goal. No, I've not played FIFA Street in some years, but that is... Can't remember the name of that one, but that is beautifully done.
Yeah, well, I think sometimes, you know, futsal is a very tactical, very much a passing game, but because it's tight, because it's in these situations, the players sometimes have to find, you know, their own ways to be creative out. You know, sometimes I think the Brazilians call it the laboratory of creativity.
It's not quite been the super high scoring game that maybe a few are hoping for or indeed expecting. But you've got two top level operators here, and neither one of them is going to give an inch in this first game of the Summer Showdown. Format is pretty brutal, it's very unforgiving. A defeat could be disastrous even in week one.
Yeah.
It's 3 games, if you top your group you're into the final. It's a tough school.
It's tough because it's such a short competition, if you like, but it's great, but it's tough because you... Oh, great strike. You've got to get into it straight away.
Caught that beautifully, didn't he?
Great
Good
touch.
save. Oh, Whaley has set it up. Chance for Bolton and a big save from Jez Poulsen.
Ollie Whaley there, fantastic touch. Drops it off to Ollie Lucas, and what you want him to do here is strike really hard and high. The next goal is obviously going to be really important because...
Such a big goal, isn't
It's
it?
going to be a big one.
If it comes. At this point, probably not fair to say both teams are cancelling each other out, but... Oh, it's Overton
Great
has a
parallel.
chance.
Brilliant between Overton and Mikey Bulmer there.
This is Lucas into Whaley. Cook tries to fire across, so it's going to make its way to Rafe Barber, wants it on his right foot. Great reaction saved by Poulsen.
What a save. What a
Just
save
felt
that is.
for a moment like Rafe Barber had taken a touch too long, but got the shot away, and it's a brilliant stop from Poulsen in the end. Cook reads it. No foul, says the referee.
Oh,
Cook's got another chance though. Can he set it up? He can. Lovely first touch. Derby get back in numbers. Shot never came. Where he finds Cook. Barber's going to hit it. Comfortable save for Poulsen.
What you'll notice about that in that transition, Cook's got up and he's rolled that ball slowly across to, I think, Ollie Lucas, so that he can hit it first time. So it's actually a very clever pass, because what he's done is rolled it slowly across, so that I think it was Ollie Lucas so can hit it first time.
Finds Cook. McGrath is back on the court and he's back taking names. 2-3 tackles in from McGrath. Here he is again. He's outnumbered now, and now it's a 2v1.
Stay
Whaley,
wide.
chance for Lucas. There it is.
Oh, what a finish. I thought he took an extra touch again that he didn't need to, but he sorted his feet out really quickly there.
And eventually Bolton make the breakthrough. It's a lovely finish, this, from Oscar Lucas. Whaley waited, and that
Great
two-touch
first
finish is just a bit of artwork, isn't it?
He's done really well in the end. We said, didn't we, the goals look like they will come in transition today in this game, and this is what's happened again in terms of transition.
It's Harper, the number 2, not seen too much of him from Bolton. He's got some defending to do here. And here's a chance for McGrath. Tries to play it across, and what a bit of cover. What a bit of cover from Cook.
Great defending. I think that's where you see in these moments world-class players have to do world-class things, and that's the bit before he actually got caught, sucked over to the ball, but in the recovery to slide in and stop that is huge.
Came out of nowhere, didn't he? That's very clever from Barber. And Cook's going to try and spot him off his line!
Oh.
What a goal! Stuart Cook has maybe just iced this game for Bolton with an absolutely incredible goal.
Yeah, do you know what? It reminded me of the first game last season. We were watching, I think it was maybe Bolton, Loughborough, and he did it from distance again. He's so clever. You know, you think he's not looking at everything, and what a finish that is. And again, you know, these are the exciting moments you see in last minutes of futsal when people are trying to take risks. And you can be caught, you can be, you know...
That's a ridiculous goal.
It's a ridiculous goal. Yeah. And I think those moments where they have been caught being too high, Joe's actually been really good at taking that sweeper keeper roll on.
McGrath turning. Good defending by Barber again. Good ball out from Cook. Huntington. That's another brilliant bit of last man defending from Stuart Cook. Look at that. Absolutely brilliant. And the full-time whistle goes. It's Bolton who start the summer showdown with all 3 points. A brilliant 3-1 victory over Derby with some truly special goals. That was some goal. First of all, before we talk about the match, all that went down out on court today, just talk us through that finish, because that was some bit of vision from yourself, and the execution wasn't bad either.
Well, it's becoming a bit of a speciality. The last goal I scored was from a little bit further out. I'm getting old now and I can't really get up court that much, so I've got to take the opportunities to shoot whenever they come along. So yeah, it was nice, and obviously made it 3-1, so it gave us that little bit of breathing space.
Yeah, it just felt at that point in the game as well that you were starting to feel under a little bit of pressure, 1 goal advantage that really made a pretty important gap for you at that stage of the match.
Yeah, definitely. I think in the first half we probably sat off them a little bit too deep, and in the second half we wanted to try and build the pressure a little bit quicker, make them force them into a few more mistakes, and obviously we got the second goal, and I think the second half performance was a lot better from us, and you know, I think moving forward that's what we've got to get better at, a little bit more intensity, a little bit quicker on the pressure, and hopefully we can get a little bit of joy. You know, we've got a young squad, so everyone's still learning, but we're getting there slowly.
You talked about the goal that you last scored. That was a little while ago now, not just for COVID reasons for yourself. It's been a little while since we've seen you out on the court. How nice is it to be back for not just COVID reasons, but post-injury for yourself? It must be a really special feeling.
Yeah, I mean, I was almost ready to play before we went into sort of the lockdown before Christmas, and obviously we had another lockdown and it was delayed a little bit longer. You know, I think everyone puts a little bit of lockdown weight on, so you know, I've been working hard over the last few weeks to try and get into some kind of match sharpness. I still feel quite far off it, but you know, it was nice to be out there. You know, and like I say, I'm trying to lead a pretty young group into, you know, being able to challenge with some of the better teams in the league, and you know, I think they all really enjoyed it, and it was a great result. Some
standard this summer showdown. There's no easy games, there's no gimmies at all. This is a real level. How much are you looking forward to getting into the meat of this competition? Because it's short and quick, but there's going to be some good games along the way.
Yeah, of course. You know, 3 games, potentially 4 if we obviously for whatever reason go unbeaten. But I think it's just great. It's great to have back-to-back games after having such a long period out. You know, previously we've gone weeks without games, and it's difficult to apply some of the learning that we do in training into a game. So you know, having that short period of games and training, it's a real opportunity for everyone to do it pretty quickly leading into the new season.
Well played, mate.
All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Dean James and Mike Scavallo back with you for this second game of the day, Worcester versus Pro Futsal London. The second game in Group A as well, and Pro Futsal London will have the chance to top the group should they better the result secured earlier on in the day by Bolton. This is the Worcester lineup. We're going to start with Dylan Malpass in goal. Their starting 5 consists of Regan McKinnon, Sam Kerwin, Pete Valance and Dale Richards. Pro Futsal London is a team stacked with all-star names. Johnny Sim will kick off in goal. Russell Goldstein, Denison Marrera, Jared Rand, Javi Corral, their starting 5. Rand, no way through past Valance. This is Denison. Oh, it's a lovely ball. It's an even better finish from Russell Goldstein. That's a stunning goal to kick us off and to light the touch paper in this second match of the day.
Yeah, the movement there from Russell. He's really good at this, acuteness, as he just floats as the pivot onto the second post as Denison goes to open up the diagonal, and then what a first time finish that is. They're creating loads of problems here with this 4.
Goldstein. It's really good defending from Worcester. Rapid transition though creates a 2v1. Rand goes his own way. There's the goal.
Yeah, again, you know, his left foot, brilliant. He knew exactly what he was doing there. As he went past, he knew he was looking for the second post, the sweaty, as we called it earlier, which was always on as the keeper comes out.
It's Xavi Corral who's provided the finishing touch. He's only been on the court a matter of moments, really. Brilliant work from Rand. It's Goldstein from the corner. Rand fires it in and fires it in. It's deflected, and I think it was at the back post. Can't tell if it came off the man.
I think it came off Richard Ward. Yeah, I think it came off Richard Ward. It looked that way. It was a little bit too easy. Players changing on an exchange and leaving that diagonal.
Yeah, it is Ward's. Yeah, the first half has flown by. 3-0 is not a dreadful scoreline if you're Worcester. Acquitted themselves pretty well against a really top side here. And just as I say that, Dennison is going to walk one in. That is such a good goal.
Yeah, again, it's that transition, because, you know, sometimes when you have the ball, you know, you're most vulnerable, and what happened there is Worcester were trying to play, but they're not brave enough to get someone in between the lines. Transition, and then diagonal pass, job done.
Good pass from futsal court. You're only passing, what, furthest at 30 yards maximum, but actually, we talked a little bit about in the first match that you go really into the nitty-gritty of it. Oh, that's a really sad moment for the keeper. Dylan Malpass has been so unfortunate there.
Yeah, we were talking about it. It's the quality of pass that's really important from Dennison, and, you know, I'm not sure what's gone on here in terms of the goal, but I think it's hit his heel and it's sort of hit the air, and then in a way, you know,
oh, that's him.
Like you say, he's been doing so well, and then a bit of a soft one that.
Dennison round the back.
Great save.
Brilliant work. There's your recovery save from Malpas. Goldstein, brilliant. Ward finishes it off and does a press up to boot, but that is just top quality. Goldstein at it again.
Yeah, you see Goldstein's movement here again. So I think it is Ward's recovered the ball. Goldstein just peels off into a little angle for a little vertical 1-2 again that basically kills the defender, and then it's an open finish because Dylan's got to come to his near post. Yeah, it's good. It's important, and like we were talking about before, you know, that's what the players have really missed. You know, there's nothing like it, is there, going out to battle, if you like.
Ward with the strike. Oh, that's clever. Oh, stop that! Stop that right now! What a goal! What a goal that is!
It's a great finish.
Have a watch of this, ladies and gents. Yep. Bang.
There's just no pressure on the ball now from Worcester, and it's just
it's gone all the way in.
It's just going to end up in more and more problems. So they've dropped deep, they've got no pressure on the ball, whether it's intensity or legs, but, you know, you can't give pro futsal this look 10 metres on the ball with this time and not expect problems.
Blackburn Rovers from Wolves play in that competition. They've got the freedom to do that. It can be, they can play all year round, futsal in the summer, football in the winter.
Yeah, it's exciting, and I know there's some of the ladies are really now.
Oh, there we go. Dennison's going to do it again.
Starting to come into the game. We're talking about the ladies, and yeah, really talented players on the show.
It's a great bit of work from Dylan Malpass in the goal again, but nothing he can do with the rebound. Great work from Rand. And Dennison is never, ever missing that.
Of something new.
Another opportunity, it's another goal. It's lethal, isn't it? The chances are starting to come more and more regularly. And Pro Futsal London continue to be absolutely ruthless in front of goal. And the foul came in, so that's sixth foul of the half. 10-metre penalty. And yeah, you're absolutely right. As soon as it's lined up, it just looks a lot more difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, and they're not easy. And, you know, the keeper can come off the line if they want as well to narrow the angle. So it's different, and it's not as easy as they look, but it's not like a 6-metre penalty beyond the D, which is probably just, if you rocket it, you score. This is a lot harder to score. Done well, though.
You sure?
It away. Well,
he made that look very easy.
Yeah, but, you know, he's got a great left foot, and that's a great finish, so.
Sub-goalkeeper getting involved with the celebrations as well. It was Lazarus. That's a great strike, isn't it? prepping a wholesale change as well at Pro Futsal London. Oh, it's a great save. There's the rebound. Always there. Ollie Jones hoovers up.
Great pass from Calvin Dixon, I think, into Russell Goldstein again. And then in the end, it was an easy second post finish. Great cut pass. They've moved the ball really well. They've used the spaces. They've obviously made it very difficult for Worcester from the first couple of minutes to get a foothold. And what I think has been really good about Pro Futsal is how they've opened the court and made it really big when they're attacking.
And it looks like a 6-metre penalty is going to be given here. Vladbigi penalised. Well, you'd back Ward from here, wouldn't you?
I would, yeah, but commentator's curse. Yeah, no, I think so. Yeah.
It's a real thing.
This is a really difficult one to save, just because of the pace and tempo so close.
So it proves another one for Pro Futsal London. What have they got for us? Not what was planned, I'm sure.
They were trying to open at the middle there with a block, so sort of rotation with the block, but really it didn't really happen.
Oh, and just as Worcester finally get a chance to have a 2-on-1 through on goal.
Yeah, it's a shame that.
The hooter goes, that will do it. A fantastic, professional, polished performance from Pro Futsal London. They take a very, very handy victory by 13 goals to 0 over Worcester. Joined now by our man of the match. Big congratulations. 13 goals in Pro Futsal London today, Russell Goldstein. That is not a bad day at the office.
No, thank you. Yes, look, main thing is it's just good to be back inside. We've had big prep outdoors, but as you know, if it rains, it's cooled off, and with England at the moment, it's near enough every single week. So it's just good to be back in what we can call the bubble, the futsal bubble, and back inside, just able to play futsal again, and just main thing is just back in and enjoying it. Because I know all the boys we've been raring to go for the past year and a half now.
And how pleasing is it to return with a performance like that, where you guys got to show exactly how good you are and what you can do?
Yeah, look, it's a great team performance at the end of the day, and we've been working so hard, not just on the court but off the court, to try and get that bond back, because you lose it over lockdowns and sort of socialising with people and what it's like. And we tried to have weekly Zoom calls as well.
Yeah, I mean, we noticed that actually. It was something that it was quite obvious, was after every single goal there was a full team celebration. Yeah. It was like there's a real point being made about that, to keep the bond and keep the unit together.
Yeah, it's like one of our rules that we have on, like, if you want to call it our whiteboard at our training sessions. It's always celebrate. If we ever concede, we get around each other. There's no digging each other out for mistakes. And I think it just comes down to just, we've been together now a year and a half, 2 years, most of us 3 years, and just even throughout lockdowns, always being there for one another. I think that created the bond and unity with us that you won't see from most teams. And it's not even that on the bench when we all come off, high fives all round, try and help each other out throughout the thing. And it's also just, you celebrate, it's that mental win as well, not just get the goal. It's you just want to stay accomplishment, really.
Great personal performance as well from yourself. So a couple of lovely goals. The one to kick us off right at the very start was a lovely one, wasn't it? How pleased were you?
Yeah, it's always good to get the first goal in a game, but I couldn't do it without the team. It's a great pass to me to then be able to flick over the keeper, but it's just what we've been practicing week in, week out now, going over on tactics boards virtually as well, and it's finally good just to be able to just actually do it on a court and see what you're practicing is actually coming out. But overall, it's a great performance, really, and everyone can't get the goal without their teammate with them.
Yeah, great to watch it today, mate. Best of luck for the rest of it.
Honestly, lovely. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed it. Cheers. Thank you.
Welcome back to St George's Park, the Wembley of futsal, right here, the National Futsal Centre. Beautiful court for our third game of 4 today. We go into Group B of the FA Futsal National Futsal Series 2021. This is the Summer Showdown, and this is London Helvetia versus Birmingham. Great game in prospect. I chatted to both coaches ahead of this one to get their thoughts ahead of their first game of the day. Iglak, lovely to have you back with us for this game. Birmingham versus London Helvetia should be a cracker on paper at least. How much are you looking forward to it?
Very excited. Every time we played Helvetia, they've been really good games. There've been a lot of goals and we're hoping for the same. But this time we're looking for a better result. They're a good team, we all know that. But we're going to push them as far as we can today.
The draw in this competition, it's been quite tough for you guys in Group B, the group of death as it were. This is a tough opening game for you. What are you hoping from your lads today, with it being the first game especially?
Well, the first thing is to just get the nerves out, make sure they enjoy the game, and eventually everything take care of themselves, so we'll be on top eventually.
We hope for the best of luck for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Players are making their way into the arena. Helvetia in the blue and white. Birmingham in the old gold. So let's have a look at the two teams then before we get going in our first match of Group B. London Helvetia will open with Mark Croft in goal. Their starting five is Eduardo Tijerin, Ivan Zhu, Raoni Medina and Claudio Ribeiro. Here's the Birmingham squad. Sean Bryant will open in goal. Their starting four outfield is Chris Bright, Zach Price, Douglas Reed and Lewis Scott. So a corner here for Helvetia. It's going to go back to Zhu. And neither Medina or Ribeiro could get on the end of that.
So this is where it's going to be interesting here, because we know that, you know, Helvetia are going to come out and like to dominate the ball, like to have a lot of the ball. So it's how well Birmingham can do with the ball.
Here's the first thing that we see then with Birmingham possession. It's fed up the line. So it's Chris Bright, and eventually Birmingham dispossessed. Tracking, Medina's still there, and Ribeiro is there. And the first goal of the game goes Helvetia's way. Claudio Ribeiro seizing on the mistake provided to him by Medina, and he flashed in the finish.
Yeah, they already had a warning, didn't they, Birmingham, about, you know, making sure they don't lose the ball in those areas.
Birmingham back in possession. That's a good-looking ball. Oh, it's a really good save too. Smart stop from Mark Croft. What a ball that was, by the way.
Ball. Absolutely great diagonal pass. And
Lewis Scott with the chance.
Big chance, because they got opened up there, Helvetia.
Here he is, Carl Freeman. Now with him again. Back out to Vitor Hugo da Silva. It's a great pass fired in, goes for the return.
That looked like a penalty to me, yeah.
And it has been given as well. That's brilliant play.
Yeah. It looked like it hit Doug Reed's arm as he slid through.
So it's Ruben Fernandez over the penalty for London Helvetia. 2-0.
Tough to take that for Birmingham, I suppose, or, you know, if they're not conceded so early in the first one, a 1-0, you'd probably say is probably about right, because the Helvetia were just getting a little bit more dominant. 2-0's a bit harder to come back from, but... And that's why the acceleration out of possession as well, in the pressure, in pressing, is really, really important. So with the ball, but without the ball as well, having good, quick players that can accelerate.
Chance Birmingham. It's a good chance. It's a good goal.
That's a great goal by Manmeet.
Manmeet Jakpal is on the score sheet for Birmingham. They've deserved that for me. And they are right back in this game.
That's where we were talking about, you know, at times Helvetia, when they're pressing, can actually be quite open and get caught. And actually, Birmingham have some good 1v1 players like Manmeet and Lewis Scott and Zach Price who like that, who enjoy that. And what a great finish that is. Good change play for Victor. Just open the other side of the court up. He's looking for that forward pass, but it's not quite on there.
Ribeiro again. stops and goes. Lovely, great football. Ribeiro couldn't quite get the finish. I think he's appealing for a foul. We might need another look at this. It's only a little bit of contact there.
Yeah, it's a great passage of play here from Helvetia, moving the ball. I didn't think there was much contact, but yeah, I don't think it'd be tough to give that away to Zach Price.
That's such a good move, isn't it?
Because otherwise...
Well, they do eventually, and there's the chance. Can he lob the goalkeeper? Might have been out of his D, it was very close. Well, we'll want another look at that, I think.
Yeah. It looked tight, didn't it?
It looked very tight. Ball across the face, and now there might be a chance.
A very open game. Great recovery for
Hugo de Silva's done so well to get back there. Let's have a look at this. This is really, really close.
It's a bit of a transitional moment. I'd like to see a different angle on that.
Let's now meet Jacques Pal and Zach Price. Over the ball is Daniel Guy. Here comes the movement. It's Guy, he's gone for the shot. It's a smart save too. Saw that really late, did Mark Croft. Always kept it in.
Great feet.
Oh, wow, what a save.
Great feet from...
I thought that was in for a moment. Manmeet Jacques Pal, that was amazing. Absolutely right, yeah.
Great decision, great feet. I think it's hit the knee of Mark Croft to just stay out.
Big shout on the camera work as well, got that absolutely perfect.
Yeah. Great refereeing that, because that did stay in.
Yeah, everyone stopped, didn't they? Until Hugo de Silva. Oh, gets it back, brilliant. And he was never missing that, was he? That's the quality.
Yeah, he was never going to... When he landed on that in front of goal in that area, facing forward, no problem. He's not going to finish that, a player of his quality. It's pretty unfortunate here for Birmingham, because it sort of bobbled through.
Can he make something magical happen in the final moments? There is your answer. Liam Palfreyman with a stunner in the final 10 seconds of the first half.
Great strike. This is Liam showing his quality, you know, that, like I said, that 5 metres of space to open up, be able to get a strike in. And
John Hughes wasn't even looking at him.
Great pass.
Great ball, Medina. Oh, what a good goal. What a good goal that is.
It's a great goal, it's a great pass by Victor. His left foot here, inverted. Medina's really he's comfortable in these situations. He knows how to spin off the second post.
Well, with the format of this competition, with just the single elimination almost for that game. Whoever wins it will have a massive, massive chance of qualifying into the final as we see another goal go in. That is Fernandez. And that is 6-1.
It's one of those situations again where, you know, there's a difference between losing it in good areas and losing it in not so good areas. And when you lose the ball in central areas near to your own goal, you're going to get punished.
Oh, hello. That's absolutely ridiculous.
That's a great finish.
From Rayoni Medina.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was just going to say about Birmingham's defensive structure there, because they were quite open. So they had, you know, like no real structure, no one on the second post. And for me, they're a bit open, but they're trying to probably gamble a little bit to try and get out to the ball. But again, you can't take anything away from the finish.
First minutes for Renico Gaskin, the number 2 for Birmingham. Getting into the thick of things there. He's got to track Palfreyman.
Great pass from Lucas Totti there. Ian needs to do better with the set, and that would have probably been another goal. Really worked well between those two.
It's a clever blindside run from Jacques Pal, but well read by the goalkeeper Lahoth. Palfreyman Ju. Another one. That is I tell you what, that is a brilliant bit of work from Liam Palfreyman. The weight of that little cross shot just to allow you to get around the other side is brilliant.
I'm going to say it's a shot that he tried to roll in the goal. But again, you know, the parallel or corner run takes the player out. And then what was really clever here from Ju, he's followed that up. And actually, you know, it's just his instinct to follow it up and get in the D. It's probably let him have another goal, because from my angle it was going wide actually. So,
but that is that for this game. Smiles on faces from the Helvetia boys and from the Birmingham team as well. That was a really high-level game. Really enjoyed that one. Here's Rani Medina, captain of Helvetia. That must be a pretty satisfying performance to come back into this National Futsal Series with.
Yeah, we was missing it a lot as a team. I personally was missing as man. So it was also nice to come, win, score. That was a great feeling. So
a couple of lovely goals from yourself as well. I know you made your name on scoring goals. There's a couple of lovely ones today.
Yeah, I tried my best, firstly, to get the win, and then secondly, if I can add, we've scored some goals. That's even amazing for me.
Talk to me a little bit about your team, because there was so much quality on show, but no matter what the combination on the pitch was, you seemed to improve so much, particularly in that second half.
Yeah, we have some new players, so we could train much, to be fair. I was abroad as well, so I need some time to get into the team as well. We're going to grow into the competition, I'm sure about it. Hopefully we can get to the final and show off all the quality we have in this squad.
What did you say at half-time to try and change the game? Because for us on commentary, 4-1 at half-time seemed like a little bit of an unbalanced scoreline, despite you being quite far in front. Quite an even first half. Second half, you seem to show a little bit more of yourselves.
Confidence and patience. We have confidence in ourselves, you know the quality. Hardly gonna be a game without scoring a goals. As you know, we have quality in the squad, so we're confident that we're gonna score. And the patience is like, we've got 40 minutes to win. We've got 3 more games. We don't care if it's gonna be 10-0, 1-0. We need to win. We've got 3 points, and that's why we're gonna get out to the Champions League again. That's why I use it to play normally.
It's a group of death.
Group of death, but it's good for us because keep us, you know, aware of everything. We cannot rely on our quality. We need to show heart, show passion, to get ready to find and make sure whoever's going to be on the other side beat them and go Champions League again.
The last question I wanted to ask you about Vitor, because he was our man of the match on commentary. His performance today, he was playing in slippers at times, wasn't he? He's some player.
Different level, but obviously as a team we perfect today, not only one player. However, we know his quality, we know where he's coming from, so we know the level he's used to play. So he showed up again, but I think like without the group he could not much. So yes, I agree with you, he was playing the match by far. However, with the group he becomes even better.
Well played today.
Thanks so much, see you guys soon.
Final game of the day is about to get underway. It should be a cracker. Manchester versus Loughborough. Cannot wait to get going. Caught up with a man from either camp, and both of them cannot wait. First I chatted to the chief exec of Manchester, that's Simon Wright, and then Joao Almeida was poetic on the return of futsal. Simon Wright, chief exec of the Manchester Futsal Club. Simon, first of all, how nice is it to be back inside St George's Park? Beautiful court, back for the National Futsal Series. It's nice, isn't it?
It's definitely a nice feeling. You know, it's been a long time. It's nice to hear, you know, the trainers squeaking on the court, balls flying around. Like we're preparing for a game, which is amazing that we're at that point now. So yeah, delighted to be here.
And speaking of the game itself, a great game in prospect as well. Really competitive one, we're thinking here between you and Loughborough. How much are you looking forward to it?
It's going to be a great game. Look, Manchester and Loughborough games always competitive. We always like to push each other hard. You know, they're two clubs that have been around in English futsal for a long time. So look, I'm expecting today, you know, even though it's our first game back, you know, it will have everything. It will be competitive. Everyone will be committed. Everyone will be going for the win. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Joao Almeida with Loughborough. Joao, I'm so looking forward to this game. I know you are too. How nice is it to be back, first of all? It's been a little while since I've seen competitive futsal from me.
14 months.
Not that you've been counting.
Yeah, 14 months. You want me to say the days? No, yeah, it's amazing to be back. It's for me, this is more than a competition. This is a celebration of futsal. For us, futsal community in England, it's a possibility to do again what makes us happy and to show that we never give up on the game and that we will be here all the time for the game, doing our best to put the game to the next step, following also the great show that NFS is starting to give to futsal, the promotion, all of this organization. So yeah, it's great to be back. And as I said, it's more than a competition. more important than losing or winning is to celebrate the comeback. We are fighting back for the game.
Let's have a look at the teams. We start with Manchester. They'll be playing in blue. Kai Bone is the keeper. Their starting outfield 4 is Jordan Edge, Uriel Araujo, Jeffrey Abudafor and Scott Thompson. As for Loughborough, they're going to start with Joseph Bickerstaff in between the sticks. Jan Meerveld is also starting with Lawson McCarthy, Ruben Santos and Will Rook. Strange one, isn't it, for Loughborough, with that sort of constant thing we've got to be aware of, and Gerard talked about it in his interview beforehand, was they've got to constantly be prepared for that 3-year cycle. It doesn't change. They always have to be aware, and they weren't aware there, that's for sure. Yeah. The game's first goal comes from a set piece, a goal out of nothing for Scott Thompson of Manchester.
Great goal.
Loughborough switched off.
Yeah, just not quite enough pressure on the ball here. Getting out to it, turning back. Jake Barnes really pressing really, really well.
The ball from Stapleton, that's a lovely move. Abdullahi!
That's probably the biggest chance of the game there. You know, Loughborough getting opened up there from, I think it was Jake Barnes and Giles Collier, and probably one of the biggest, other than Ruben Santos, is the really opened up chance, and 2-0 makes it a different game. Manchester's settling well into the tempo, really looking after the ball well, moving the ball at their pace.
Number 7 on the court for the first time is Ilya Ovechkin. Now a chance for Loughborough and an equaliser for Loughborough.
Great high press from Loughborough there. I was just saying about how, you know, Manchester settled into going, moving at their pace, and all of a sudden Loughborough sprung into a high press and stole the ball, and then this 2v1 on the backman. Great little let off from I think it was Meerveld into the first time finish, which we spoke about earlier, which is so important. So again, game on here, we thought it'd be tight, and it's looking that way.
Langley.
Loughborough working it out of pressure well.
It's a great ball, great run as well from Hale. Looks to find the back post. It's a brilliant, brilliant Loughborough goal. Johnny Langley there to apply the finish, but it was a lovely move. And Loughborough, from 1-0 down, find themselves 2-1 up here in the Summer Showdown, and that is a fantastic team goal.
Sometimes they're human, right? They're human.
George Almeida was going to join us on the court for a second. Oh, chance here, 2-on-1. King with Stapleton, hits Stapleton. Oh, and he fires wide.
Loughborough going into their 2-1-1 press. The first line being really aggressive with that cover and balance on the second line. And then they're just covering player Jan on the back who controls it. What a ball that
What
is.
A ball. Reducio King, that's a brilliant bit of keeping from Bickerstaff. He'll fall for a do before. That's a penalty all day. Oh, he's given a corner.
Oh, no, it's a penalty.
He has given the penalty. Yeah. It absolutely was. I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's a brilliant bit of play from first Manchester to fight the ball over the top. The touch from King was brilliant.
Save.
Amazing goalkeeping there. But a do before is definitely tripped there. His right leg is grabbed.
It's a great first save. And I think he just got a little bit excited. Joe Bickerstaff is difficult in those situations, but he probably just needed to stop and make it really difficult for Jeff to go round him, but probably just caught him early on his foot, I think.
Reducio King. 2-2. Reducio King has just absolutely walloped it down the line.
Manchester here started the half well, like you say, through those 4 players that were on. You know, George and Edge.
Oh, Araujo round Bickerstaff. Is that another penalty? It is. Well, this is amazing. Yellow card's been shown, I think, to Hunter. Maybe a bit of dissent, but this is amazing. It's a carbon copy, this. It is Hunter who fouls him, actually. I thought from our angle it looked like Bickerstaff brought him down, but it is Hunter with the foul, isn't it?
Hunter, yeah, the referee said Hunter fouled him. It wasn't Bickerstaff this time. Within seconds, this game's changed.
Incredible. Played 2 minutes and 7 seconds of this second half. And Manchester are going to go from 2-1 down to 3-2 up if Reducio King can find the target here. He can! First couple of minutes of a half. You can do something like this which may end up losing you it.
Yeah, sure. And I think that's where...
Araujo, chance for Ovechkin, and there's a do before. And this match has turned totally on its head.
Yeah, great goal from Manchester there. I think it's Ovechkin down the side that's done really well. The ball's managed to, again, turning on in the central area, managed to find that corner, and he's found the second post, I think, to Jeff.
Santos. Oh, great goal.
It's a great finish. I was just about to say, I think it was on to slice it and put it into a diagonal pass. But again, he found his left foot. You know, I think we know what capabilities Ruben Santos has with his left foot, toe tongue. So Loughborough changed tactics here, going in more of a high press. So like I said before, they might take the gamble a little bit as the game goes on. So sit off for a bit, not make so many fouls, but then in this moment they're going to high press a little bit more.
Oh, brilliant feed from Araujo. Now on the far side is Thompson, post and out. Extraordinarily dangerous because it's difficult to do anything with that position.
Yeah, well, it's difficult, but then you've got the cutback, you've got the second post, and you've also got the pressure that's coming out to the ball, so it creates different passing lines. So they've probably got to get the ball there, and that player then has time to pick whether to go back safe, to come back out, because the defender has to defend the space, you know, in front of the ball, so they have to drop behind the ball. But whilst they're playing in front of them like this, it's not too much of a problem.
Chance. Thompson, can he get the target? Yes, he can.
And then force things, you know. So I was just saying that if you play in front of him like that, it forces things.
That might do it. Scott Thompson with a brilliant finish when he needed it. Turfrey's pass picked, and Thompson was on the spot. No way through for Santos. Morgan tries to feed Langley, again blocked out.
Just got to keep moving it from central areas. Try and get it into people like Ruben. Attacking.
That's a brilliant goal.
That's what they've got to do. Down the side, second post, top of D. You know, when it goes into those wide areas, you want your attacking players landing on second post, top of D, and then the player needs to pick the best decision. So here, I can't remember who's the bot player here.
It's Langley with the
John
cross.
Langley, Neil Morgan, second post. They're defending the wide areas a lot more aggressively now, Manchester, because they don't want that ball to go down the side, which was causing problems.
But that's the
What's
issue.
the save?
When you let Will Rook let fly from the central areas, Kai Bone flying away to his right to keep this out. That's a brilliant stop.
Yeah, and you're completely right. When you want to protect the central areas more, and then this is all about making the right decision.
That wasn't
the right decision, yeah. It didn't even make the defenders move.
15 seconds. Rook.
Got to find that down the side pass, I think, again. That's what's going to cause them problems.
Rook lets fly, deflected over the bar. 4 seconds off the corner. That's all they'll have.
Great finish to this game.
Yeah, been a brilliant day. It's a fitting finale. Leval smashes it. Can he tee it up? No, that's straight out, and I think that will just about drag Manchester kicking and screaming over the line.
That'll be enough.
Manchester do it. What a big win that is for them in Group B of the Summer Showdown. A must-win game for both teams is won by the team in blue, the team from Manchester, who were 2-1 down at half-time. 2 very quick second-half penalties quickly turned the tables. And that was the second half, which I think we'll remember for a little while. A brilliant game, a really fitting finale to a wonderful day's futsal, and with our man of the match from that last game, Jordan, that was It was fast, it was frenetic. What was that like to be a part of?
It was intense, a very intense game. First game back to play Loughborough, we know they're a very intense side, so we knew we had a lot to do before we even kicked off. So it was a big mental game, so as much as physical. So
You had a lot to do at half time as well, going in 2-1 down at the break, and then all of a sudden within 3 minutes at the start of the second half, the match turned on its head. What was said at half time to change the way you guys played?
Oh, yeah, we put a lot on our shoulders for this game. Like, it's 14, 15 months out. It's big to come to St George's, play Loughborough. We had to calm ourselves down. We knew there was another 20 minutes. The game of futsal's very long. Like a half of futsal, you can do anything. And like we've shown, 2 goals in 2 minutes. Yeah, it was a good performance. But the boys did amazing. Like, at half time, they didn't lose their heads. They stayed calm. It was great.
It's time to end our coverage from today's play. We will see you next week. We're back at the Walsall campus at the University of Wolverhampton, where the summer showdown will continue. We will.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Loughborough University, and it is the FA National Futsal Series Tier 2 Summer Showdown semi-final, the second. We've just had a fantastic first semi-final. Who will play Wessex in the final? We've got London Escola and we've got York Futsal. Myself, Peter Selby, high up in the gods here at Loughborough University alongside Louis Melville, and we are extremely excited for this second semi-final. If it's half as good as the first one, then we are in for a cracker. Well, Louis, we've just seen a fantastic first semi-final. Your just opening thoughts, really, looking at these two sides in this second semi-final.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I think this is going to be an intriguing game. We look at a scholar, and I think their average age is just under 20, and York have got I think it's fair to say, a more experienced side. But when you look at a scholar's team, they've actually got a lot of futsal experience in that squad there. So they've got players who've been playing for sort of 7, 8, 9 years. They've got some England under 19 internationals in there that have played. So I think this is going to be an intriguing game, and two coaches who know each other very, very well.
So the two sides on the far side from our commentary position, we have the white shirts of York and the blue of London Escola. So there's the London Escola team, who were winners of Group C in the group stages, beating Reading Royals 10-4 and Pro Futsal London 9-6 in a very entertaining side and game at the start of their group. And York Futsal, who are the only side in these semi-finals not to have a 100% record. They drew against Sunderland University 5-5 and then narrowly beating Loughborough Students 3-2. Let's take a look though at the starting lineups and the substitutes for both teams. And we'll start with London Escola, and you can see there number 2, Max Burrell, who will be in goal, back in goal. Victor Manata there on the bench. Henrique Docaro, he's alongside James Durkin, Camillo Restrepo, and then Worsfold Greg at the starting lineup for London. A strong starting lineup.
Yeah, that's been their regular 4 in the 2 other games. So, clearly Leandro really trusts those 4 players, and Max Burrell, he's played as 2 games, I think, out of the 3 as a starting 5.
Restrepo there with the fantastic record of 10 goals in the group stages, 5 in each of the 2 wins for London Escola. Then Joe Alfonso, the head coach. Let's take a look at their opponents then. York Futsal. Ed Ralph will be in goal with Patrick Peanut, Jed Devine, Angus Crosson and Tiago Bucci. Junior Roberti is the head coach. And there's the substitutes on the right-hand side. 1 or 2 first starts for York.
Yeah, as you say, and I think Ed Routh is going to be interesting. I haven't seen him playing goal, so I'm going to be interested to see what he can do. And Jed Devine coming in as well. But they're, I suppose, if you like, their talisman who scored the goal that got them here was the number 7, Tiago Bucci. And I think he's a player that Junior will be looking to really sort of lead the line.
Yeah, Tiago Bucci with 3 goals for York in the group stages. So interesting having the 2 goalkeepers, one making their first start and one back in the side after starting the first game in those group stages. So we are ready in the commentary box. Hopefully you are ready at home, wherever you are watching this second semi-final. Again, the winners play Wessex, who earlier on today beats London Genesis. If you haven't seen that match, I will highly recommend the replay of that game. However you watch through either YouTube or social media, etc. The highlights package as well will be well worth catching. Plenty of incidents, plenty of drama and goals And I'm expecting the same in this second semi-final. Very warm here at Loughborough University. The temperature slowly rising throughout the day, and it's going to be in the high 20s outside. Inside here in one of the many large halls on campus at Loughborough University, it is very warm. Whether that comes into it towards the end of the game more than it did in the first semi-final, we'll find out shortly. But just before they take back to the court, looking at the two sides, it's easy to see on paper. You've got London Escola with the 19 goals scored versus York with 8 goals for them and 7 against in the group stages. That you would maybe, just looking at those results, fancy London really more than York in this semi-final. But do you think that's just the case, or is that just a very simple way of looking at it? It might not end up that way.
Well, I think what you've got here is you've got a battle of two very knowledgeable coaches who have, Leandro's got years of experience at Helvetia, who are, the most celebrated club in the country in terms of winning trophies, and Junior, he's a highly experienced coach and knows the game inside out. I think he's again another one of the respected people in the game. So I think this is a game that's really too hard to call at the moment.
The two teams walking onto the court. Referees in the centre. On the left-hand side, the blue shirts of London Escola. And over to the right, the white shirts of York Futsal. The second of the FA National Futsal Series Tier 2 Summer Showdown.
I think what we can expect today is from these two teams, technically the players are going to be of a high level, and it's going to be how they match up tactically. And I think that the first 4 or 5 minutes is going to be key. See how aggressive they are. And by that I mean in terms of the pressing, or how high they're going to go, how much are they going to gamble early on, or are they going to just be a little bit conservative and just feel each other out and see where we go. But I think this should be a high quality game.
Two captains in the middle. Wearing the 12 of Escola is Henrique de Como. And for York in the whites, Eduardo. Fist bumps all round. As both teams go into their respective huddles, we've got the huddle of Escola and we've got the hands in the middle of the huddle for York. Once again, the winners to go through to the grand final on the 27th of June to take on Wessex. Everyone here at Loughborough University is ready. Stand by for some fast and furious futsal. And the two teams leave their starting 5 on the court.
I guess the consideration for York is going to be trying to stop the number 10, Camilo Restrepo, 10 goals. He's been lethal in both the games, and if you give him an opportunity, he will take it.
Once again, it will be York to get us underway in the white shirts. They will be shooting from right to left. London Escola in the blue from left to right. Final checks being made. Two benches on the far side with the substitutes who will be making their rolling appearances all the way through this 2 halves of 20 minutes. Bucci will start for York. There is Bucci, who with his 3 goals really tells the story. He's the top scorer in the Summer Showdown for York, and When you compare that to Restrepo with his 10, really tells the story of what they've done so far, but that's behind them. This is in front of them now, and a chance early on for Escola. Second chance and the third, all blocked and well saved by the keeper. An early scare for York, and a good save on the third attempt for Escola was down to the goalkeeper's left. He was swift down to his left and showed his agility early on.
Yeah, Scholar making their intentions very clear to press high, and that first line defence proved effective there.
Ralph getting down really low with his hands. Very agile in goal for York. You can now get their first shot on goal. It's blocked by the defender in front of the keeper. Scholar back in their own half. Oswald Gregg at the back, over to the far left. Durkin, 66. Finds no route down the left-hand side at the moment. Burrell out of his goal. It's an ambitious crossfield ball.
I think you had the right idea there, just put a little bit too much on that one.
Durkin on the left, failing to get on the end of that ball. Long ball forward for York. Bucci can't control that. So Bucci number 7 and 10. Restrepo, the two main goal scorers for both teams in this summer showdown. Starting Burrell with a shot wide. The keeper finding space on the right, and this time, instead of a crossfield ball, tried to go across the keeper into the corner, but wide. Burrell showing his intent early on.
Yeah, that's something he can do. I've seen him do that many times playing for a Scholar.
Bucci back towards his own D rather than where York will want him down the other end. A delicate ball down the line, just went out of play. Goalkeeper Burrell had it covered anyway, but Bucci, again, York will want him at the other end of the field rather than this end of the court. It's not where York supporters will want to see him. Burrell again out of his goal. This time he's on the left. Poor ball.
So again, let's have a look how the Scholar's set up here. Really high and trying to stop York having any space at all to play and drive them back.
Crossfield ball to York for York on the far side. Now on the near side, Bucci in the centre, just losing control slightly. Goes to ground, gets a free kick. That'll be the first foul. Just tried a step over there. An easy decision. Divine can't go down the line. Well intercepted and brings his man down, and that's a nasty one. Fell right onto his knee on the ground, and it's a yellow card being given to Jed Divine, and well, it could be a problem here. James Durkin is the player getting back to his feet. Jed Divine just pulling him down after initially losing the ball. Divine just looking to move the ball down the line, wasn't he? And well, it's a very loose challenge, we'll say.
Yeah, I think that's an easy one for the referee and an easy yellow card. So again, this will be an area where I think a Scholar will look to exploit there. I know they do work a lot on their set pieces.
DeCarmo leaves it. And a first goal, what a goal! Brilliant strike. And Louis, just as you were saying, an opportunity for London Escola, and their prowess from the set pieces has worked out. I thought it was going to be a shot by DeCarmo, and the dummy fooled me in the commentary box, and it was rolled square, and a brilliant shot on goal. Just beating the goalkeeper for pace, and a fabulous effort by Horsfall Greg. And that's his 5th goal of this summer showdown. And I don't think he would have struck one as maybe cleanly as that. That was a really crisp strike on goal, and our first of the game. Escola a 1 up in this second semi-final. York at the moment struggling to get into the London half. And there's another chance here. And well blocked by Divine. Needed to block that because Horsfall Greg was in again.
Again, the pressure there from Escola, slowly just ramping it up, look to force that mistake from York, and again, they've benefited from this.
At the moment, Escola have the upper hand on the scoreboard and on the court. It's high over the top of the crossbar, but again, finding the man from a set play. It's not the start York would have wanted. Bucci, what can he do? He can turn his man, and the goal scorer gets a blocking. The Scholar captain gets beyond his man. Shot on goal was from distance. Well watched by the keeper. But a good effort by Carmel. Divine now on the right. Scoops it forward. Doesn't find his man at the moment. York are struggling here. Scholar looking to try and double their lead. They're on top in these first few minutes of the game. And York just struggling not only to stop this blue wave, but also to just get the ball in the opposition half.
Yeah, Horsfall Greg, the number 5, doing a very good job on Tiago Bucci, the York number 7. And that looks like that's going to be an intriguing battle. Youth against experience.
Yeah, Bucci has turned a few times very nicely, but Horsfall Greg is up to the challenge at the moment. Divine's been in the action. He's back on the left. First time York may get a shot on goal here, they do, but it was a wasted effort, high and wide and not very handsome from Patrick Peanut.
And Scholar there just lost a little bit of concentration. Durkin and Restrepo, both of them dropped off, and that allowed the shot to get off there. They just need to be careful of that sort of thing, and York, they need to try and capitalise on it.
Poor throw out by Burrell. Peanut just hooks it forward. Headed on by Divine, but Bucci cannot create anything from the flick on. Chance now for London again, and the goalkeeper does well. Routh out to the edge of his D. But once again, London Escola making light work of getting an overlap on the left, and that's another clear chance.
That was a beautiful take by Velasquez on his thigh there to just cushion that into his path to try and get the shot off.
Nicholas Velasquez, who will restart the game, nearly on the court, and excellent chance in his first real touch of the ball. Keeper down the right, and in the centre, blocked by Peanut. Once again, Max Burrell spotting an opportunity and again creating something for London Escola in the air in an attempted flick. That would have been a lovely goal, just failing to make contact. Finlay Scott. But again, another set piece, and I think every single set piece in and around the D has resulted in either a half chance or a really good opportunity for London Escola. At the moment, it's almost too easy for them to create chance after chance, and I'd say it's just a matter of time until they double their lead.
Well, they've got to also look at this setup Escola have got using Max Burrell. They've got to try and shut that ball, either going down the line or stopping Burrell from driving on with it.
Velasquez back. He receives the ball, goes down the line. It's Costa. Velasquez makes a run, but he ignores him. Goes back to Finlay Scott, who had that opportunity only a minute ago. Good ball forward. Header on goal, well saved. Just pushed out. And that's going to be a free kick to York, a push on the defender. But a lovely spot there and a fantastic ball straight onto his head. But the goalkeeper stood firm. He rolled out by Peanut towards Bucci. His ball forward though couldn't find a white shirt. Again, it's too easy for London Scholar at the back at the moment. And they're launching attack after attack. This time down the right.
You'd have to say after 5 minutes that a Scholar have definitely got control of this game at the moment.
Good restart there by McMillan, and he managed to find his man on the far side. He's going to be okay. He's going to get to his feet, and Finley Scott hit with that opportunity with that flick in the D. Just goes down onto the hard court, and it takes a few seconds to get to your feet if you're travelling at speed. Bucci fails with the attempted flick.
Again, great pressure there from the number 9 on Scholar, Lucas Costa, and this pressing is really causing York some problems. They're going to need to find a way out how to break this press.
Good play, shot on goal by Finley Scott, over. Well watched by the goalkeeper, but again, very easy for London Scholar at the moment to get a shot off on goal. Here comes York down the left, but once again, blocked by the blue shirts. At the moment, that's the key difference. It seems every attack by London results in a shot on goal. Bucci at the moment, in an attacking sense, is feeding off scraps. It's a hopeful ball forward, blocked. There's Bucci, turns well, he's got a man on the left, but good interception there from Finley Scott. Very clean tackle and important tackle for London Scholar, is the first real time we've seen Bucci in full flow.
But some really good defending there from Finley Scott to cover that run.
Restarts, shot on goal, and cleared in the end by McMillan. Bucci in the D for York, but it's back to Eduardo. That's a poor shot, sliced high and wide. London Scholar will be very happy if they're going to be shooting from there all day.
Yeah.
Long throw out, good tackle, strong challenge. But it's going to result in a shot on goal, and that's a fantastic opportunity for Finley Scott, who's been involved in plenty of action in the last minute or so. A really good tackle at one end, but then at the other end, a clear sight on goal, 10 metres out, but sliced horribly wide. Scoop ball forward, cannot be controlled. And it goes out for, going to restart for London Scholar. Good attempt there by Finley Scott, tried to just play it with the outside of his right boot around the corner.
So another good position here for a Scholar with one of their set pieces, so that clearly lining it up now.
Strepo back to Durkin, just a bit of miscontrol on the far side. Oswald Gregg, it will still be with a Scholar. "13 minutes remaining of first half. Still just the one goal, even though the Scholar have been the dominant side. But they only have the one goal to show for that. Overall, good play. Just progressing the odd yard or two down the left. Defence holding firm. Ball forward, brought down well. Good interception. And a necessary interception as well, because Durkin was just about to pull the trigger there.
Clever play there from Durkin. He decided to play back to Max Burrell, the keeper, to draw them out. And then he made the forward run there. And Burrell saw that run and played the pass into him.
Eduardo there just slowing play down and apologises to the referee. Just trying to get his team in position. Fizzed into the feet there of Durkin, who couldn't sort his feet out in time. Controlled in the centre, good interception, and another effort from a central position. And with the record of Restrepo, that's a good opportunity for him. Poor effort overall.
York just finding it really difficult to get out at the moment with their own defensive third.
Long ball forward again, doesn't find its intended target. Zanos on the near side this time. Tries a 1-2, doesn't get the return.
Something to consider here is that the longer this goes on without a Scholar not getting their second goal, how much confidence can York get from it and hopefully find a way back into the game, and do a Scholar then to start to become frustrated.
And that's the key. As much as they've been on top, and a new opportunity here after a slip, stopped by the keeper. It shows you what can happen. Just one slip, and all of a sudden the player's in there. And De Como there, just getting a shot on goal, but the goalkeeper stood up well.
Yeah, I think he actually saved that one with his face.
All part of the job when it comes to being a goalkeeper.
And he saves a good save.
But it's true, just the one goal in the game, and as much as one side's been on top, it's, as you've just seen there, a chance, and well, that was a poor effort there. Could have gone through himself, but then he decided to try and play in a teammate when he would have been better taking it himself. A let off there for London Escola. Another chance, this time an appeal for a free kick. So he was being pulled back here, Eduardo, the captain, and he was. And it's going to be a yellow card. Just being pulled back when played in on the left.
York were slightly more aggressive there in the way they pressed the ball, so that forced the turnover and De Como into making the foul.
Yeah, that's 4 now for London Escola. There's one avenue possibly for York. Good block on the shot, which I think was going wide. Newly onto the field, it's Torre. Eduardo at the back, Torre now on the left. Let's go back to Eduardo, that's a risky flick. And a good stop by the keeper. Shoulder barge there. Nothing given, but that was a risky flick and played it straight into De Como's possession. And, well, a let-off there for York.
Again, some really intelligent defending there from Escola. They're trying to cut off the passing line, so whatever options they've got are the worst options possible for the York team. And again, that turnover almost forced a goal. And York have been forced into a timeout.
So timeout called, and with 11:15 on the clock, London Escola with that 1 goal advantage. They do have 4 fouls against them compared to the 1 of York. And well, on the touchline there, it's just a case with London Escola, if they're just going to double or treble their lead, they just need to take their chances. They've created plenty of opportunities. The goalkeepers have done well, but to be honest, they've had 2 or 3 opportunities from central positions where they've failed to test the goalkeeper. And it's fairly surprising that they just still have that 1 goal advantage, when with York, well, I think they'll be fairly happy, in fact, that it's just the 1 goal. with how it's gone in the first 9 minutes or so of this game.
Yeah, Junior Roberti, he's not going to be a coach that's going to panic or look at the situation. And even if they would concede a second, he wouldn't. I think it's just they've got to find a way into this game, and they've got to beat this press at the moment, and that's where they're struggling to get out, and it's causing them lots of problems.
The game does stay fairly tight. They're used to close games after drawing 5-5 with Sunderland University and beating Loughborough Students 3-2 to get to this stage. Just the one goal in this at the moment. Wells on the left, well worked, good block by Torre. Chance to take advantage of no keeper, and that goes wide.
Well, that goes back to what we spoke about in the previous game about finishing off the move, and that allowed York the opportunity to come back at them.
Another chance for Scholar goes begging. Again from a central position. It's not like these chances are from wide or from an incredible distance. They are very central. They've had, I think, 3 or 4 now from just inside 10 metres from a central position. And they would have expected at least one of those to have resulted in a goal. Torre further forward, doesn't control the ball. Tackle there by Eduardo. Captain on captain. Durkin to De Carmo. It's going to be the same again. This time poked into the D but cleared. Again back into the possession of the blue. London Escola, well worked but over the bar again. Lovely step over by Restrepo, and his shot with the end of his boot pokes it over the bar. Easy for Burrell. Good throw out again. Restrepo again moves in on his right, and that comes off a white shirt and could have gone anywhere.
That's a brilliant bit of skill by Restrepo there. 2 players got it over them with the shot off. That's one for the highlights reel.
Lovely play by Restrepo, but again the ball failing to find the back of the net. It spooned up off a white shirt and it could have fell anywhere, just fell agonisingly wide. Nice to see there Captain Eduardo after the ball gets played into an opponent's face, just checking whether everything's okay. Apologised as well. Bucci again going back towards his own goal. Torre, that was red, but again not capitalised upon. Too easy there to read what Torre was planning.
The ball to the Carmo was just slightly off, right in front of him, and that's probably a goal.
Less than 10 minutes to go in this first half. Still just the one goal. Torre, I was just about to say, using his strength well. I think, to be fair, I think he's just used his arm there just to move the player off the ball. He's a strong lad. I think he can count himself fairly unlucky. Just easing DeCarmo off the ball, and it's the second foul for York.
And again, look like they've got another set piece set up here.
DeCarmo plays it back to Costa. Almost followed Greg down the line, but that's a wasted ball.
Escola really trying to stretch the court to play down the line to open up the centre for the player to drive through on, but just a little bit unsuccessful there.
Bucci, good turn. Devine made his run, but wasn't found. Lovely flick by Devine. Now back to Devine, and that's wide. Lovely interchange between Bucci and Jed Devine, resulting in that shot wide of the near post, but lovely play from York, and a warning there to London Scholar that York are still very much in this game. Hold-up play of Bucci really coming into its own there. Possession from London Scholar.
York being a bit more aggressive now with their pressing as well, pushing up higher up the court.
Scott holding off Devine. And that pressure was applauded by the York bench. Scholar trying to do to York what they've done to themselves a few seconds ago by putting pressure high up the court, and again resulting in a turnover of possession. Too much on the return ball from Scott.
You could see the intent there to try and get out, but as you say, Peter, there was just too much on that return pass.
7.5 minutes remaining of this first half. Still just a one goal. Lovely layoff. But the shot was blocked.
I think these are really encouraging signs for York in the last couple of minutes. They've definitely got themselves in the game, pushed higher up the court. They've speeded up the tempo of their game.
Pina back on the field with that shot that was blocked. Here he is. Looking for Bucci again, who's always going to be the main outlet for York. And on a couple of occasions he's managed to bring other players into the game. Referee's got his eye on Bucci. Lovely control again. This time he turns and he might go himself. Opportunity for Bucci. He snatched at that and it goes wide. Lovely control, but let himself down with the finish. She runs out of play after a quick feed from McMillan. Peanut fired that at his teammate, and Crosson was always under pressure to control that, and he ran out of room on this near side. These players having fantastic control, but sometimes the ball can be fizzed a bit too quick, even for these extremely good futsal players. Passing from Escola. Well worked. The return ball was never on. There was 3 white shirts on the right, and they snuffed out that chance for Escola and once again clear their lines.
Just that final ball there just failed them, but good patience from Escola to open up the space. Some great movement there, and just couldn't quite top it off.
Here goes Burrell again. Not afraid of a shot, remember. The goalkeeper has fizzed one wide already on this right. If he's got space still as he moves into the opposition half, he's not afraid to pull the trigger. McMillan goes backwards to Costa, shoots, but saved by the keeper down low. Apologises for the throw.
Again, clever play there by Costa. Rolled the ball forward, stopped his defender, then shifted it again and got the shot out.
It's one of the first shots, in fact, for London Escola for a while that has been on target. Under 6 minutes now. It's a high ball forward. Bucci was never going to get on the end of that, and the Scholar, they kept it in, they have, and nearly made a bit of a mess of that. That's good play by Pina, and an opportunity goes wide, and that's a disappointing effort in the end, because he went for the side foot, he went for accuracy, and Angus Crossan was wide of the near post. He'll be slightly disappointed with that. That should be a white ball, yes. Timeout called by York. 5:39 is on the clock, and 1-0 is also on the scoreboard. London Escola 1, York Futsal 0. And well, pretty much what we were saying with 12 minutes of the first half remaining, I think applies now with York. 1 goal down in the game, but I think possibly at the moment might be, not saying the more happier of the two, but the more content with how the last, say, 6 or 7 minutes has gone.
Yeah, well, we're just looking at the goal here, and I think they'll be, looking at these set-piece opportunities that they've had, Escola, and wondering if they could have made a few more of that, make a few of those count. But I think the tide of the game is just starting to change slightly with York. I think they've just been a bit more aggressive. They've set their defensive lines up higher, and I think even if it went in at 1-0 at half time, I think Junior would be happy with that, because there's still a long way to go in this game, and they're going to have their spells in the game, York, where they're going to put Escola under pressure. So probably quite a crucial period here where Escola probably don't want to concede, and York certainly don't want to concede, and if they can nick one before half time, that's great, but 1-0 at half time wouldn't be a disaster for Junior and his York team.
London Escola then 1 up with just less than 6 minutes remaining. They do have 4 fouls against them though. Pina to cross on near side. Now Bucci looking to backtrack towards goal. It's a return ball. And an eventual effort blocked by a blue wall. Restart for York. Pina, well, that's an attempted little flick there. Didn't work out, but also the, I'd say clearance, but I think McMillan actually was going for a bit of a pot shot there.
I think he was, yeah, he just got that wrong.
Well worked down the left, the reverse pass inside from Bucci doesn't find Crossan, who carried on his really good run into a more central position. Here he is. To Pina. Again, just running out of room on the right. Enjoying a nice spell of possession here, York. Bucci with runners either side. Goes to the left, gets it back. Loses it out though in the centre. Good tackle by Pina, very clean, and looks to come forward. Good tackle on this near side by James Durkin. Say good tackle. Goes out of play. Yeah, the restarts. Straight into the mid-drip. Chance for a shot, great save. I think Burrell has seen quite a lot of that. So it looks spectacular, but I think he'll put it down as a regulation save. It was a good effort. Clean shot. Caught it well. Well watched by the keeper. Quickly back underway. Pina's going back towards his own half. Pina with a chance. I thought he was going to shoot then from the halfway line. At the moment, York trying to get the ball to Bucci, but trying to get it to Bucci. Lovely flick there. Keeper will come out and just claim that inside the D. But at the moment, they'd like to get Bucci on the ball facing the Escola goal. At the moment, he's having the ball with the back to goal. Yes, he can hold the ball up and bring other players into the game, but they'd like to see him turn a bit more and be facing the right way.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate foul committed there by Jed Sanos, because he turned his opponent and forced him back, and probably didn't want to give a free kick away there.
Less than 4 minutes of the first half remaining. Lovely quick feet by Restrepo. Carries on his run and just overruns the ball. He's been fairly quiet in this first half after an explosive first couple of minutes. With Peanut. Zanos on the left, wearing 22. On the right, fails to find De Silva. He's 16. Escola now, once again, Burrell out of his goal. Decides to play the ball square, and it looks a good option as the goalkeeper comes out, and it just gets something on it under the bottom of his thigh. Could have squirmed underneath the keeper. Player goes down, and it's going to be the fourth foul for York. That was good play. I thought Burrell was going to have another charge down the right, but worked it over to the left, and it was a good ball into the feet of Restrepo, but the keeper just getting enough on the ball to stop it rolling towards the net. Flick ball in. Couldn't control it at the vital moment, De Campo. But here we go. Oh, it's just gone wide. All of a sudden, out of absolutely nothing. Restrepo on the left just dinks it past the keeper and wide of the post.
Yeah, he did brilliantly there. Read that pass, and then great bit of skill to take both the defenders out.
York building up nicely down the right. Rado there with the shots. He had an opportunity, in fact, to shoot just before that. He decided to play the ball backwards. I think he regrets that now. As we edge towards the final couple of minutes. Nearly into the path of Captain DeCarmo there from Restrepo, who's he's just in the last few minutes jumped back onto the scene, hasn't he? The hero of the first two games in the group stage, scoring all of those goals, and he's just had the odd opportunity now. And he looks very, very dangerous. Here he is. And he's well shepherded out there by Eduardo.
Yeah, they're just trying to find ways to get him into the game a bit more to cause York some issues there defensively. But another change here for a scholar.
Yeah, off goes Captain DeCarmo, also Worsfold Greg goes off. Durkin takes the corner quickly. Scott with a shot, well blocked. Restrepo on the left. Going to get the ball out from under his feet. Less than 2 minutes on the clock, a minute 50 to be precise. Still just the one goal in this. Early in the first half for Inverness Scott. Now Burrell again on the right, and the goalkeeper, well, he's stopped it. That's the main thing. But it could have easily spilt out into the path of a forward, but it goes wide.
Yeah, Durkin was just waiting there. If that ball had just fallen forward as opposed to going to the side, I think that's a definite opportunity for Durkin to put it 2-0.
Corner taken, shot from distance wide. Scuffed effort from distance.
It's a good little mini spell here for a scholar. They've got themselves back in the game and had some possession and caused York some issues.
Pina forward, bit of space for Eduardo. He'd be disappointed with that. All of a sudden had good 5 metres around him with no one near him. Could have controlled the ball there. He could have easily turned and got a shot clean on goal. Minute 28 on the clock. Pina to Eduardo, back to Pina. Eduardo once again back to Pina. Ball forward is poor. little bit scrappy in the last couple of minutes. And again, the time marches on towards half-time. Pina to the near side. Finney back to Pina, who shoots from distance. That's always rising.
Yeah, he's opted to go for the toe poke there, which does generate a lot of power.
Under a minute remaining now. Will there be one clean opportunity remaining in this first half? 46 seconds for it to happen. It's the 5th foul then for York. With 46 seconds, whether London Escola can take advantage of that. His time is running out.
You definitely want your dribblers now driving at defenders, trying to draw that foul.
40 seconds on the clock. Can one last chance of this first half be created? Scott's further forward for London Escola. Also on the field is Restrepo. Scott with the yellow boots. Good control by Costa. Can't turn his man though. Wanted a free kick. 12 seconds remaining. Escola through Cruz down the right. Is this the last chance of the half? Lovely turn, blocked though. Fantastic turn in the centre by Durkin, but the defence had sorted themselves out and managed to get a white wall in front of the shot.
They're going to get one more chance on a set piece here.
Blasted over the bar by Durkin. I think still thinking of the previous chance there. Just lashing out at the ball. Just over 4 seconds remaining.
They're probably just going to put their foot on the ball here.
Maybe one more shot. No. That's the final action of the first half. And at half-time in the second semi-final of the FA National Futsal Series Tier 2 Summer Showdown. It's London Escola 1, York Futsal 0.
Well, I think that was quite an interesting half if you sort of look at how the game started, with Escola really going on the front foot and scoring that early goal. But York, I think, credit to them, they've come back into this. They've been a bit more aggressive themselves, out of possession, forced Escola back. They've had some decent chances themselves, York. So I think probably overall Junior might be a little bit more satisfied given this chances that Escola have had.
So a very interesting first half here at Loughborough University. Let's take a look at the best of the action in the first half. And London Escola started really well. That was in the first few seconds of the game. Goalkeeper gets him down really quickly, using his hands to block that shot and also then keep possession. The hold-up play of Pina has been all important for York. Bucci and Pina. There's a foul down this near side. One of what turned out to be 5 in the first half. But it was from set plays is where London Escola created their best chances, including...
Yeah, that was excellent. When you have a look at the goalkeeper on that one, he's trying to see where the ball is, and he was slightly mis-sighted, and that was the difference to score or not to score.
But at that stage, they were creating so many chances, were London, where if you said at that time that they're going to go in still with just the one goal to show for that play, I think many people watching at the time would have been slightly surprised. York have come back into the game and created one or two opportunities. I wouldn't say as many as London Escola have, but at half-time, you could again well argue, is what we said on a couple of occasions in the first half when we've had timeout situations, they arguably might be having their conversation going, well, we've been in close games. We've drew 5-5 against Sunderland. We beat Loughborough Students 3-2. We were under the cosh for the first good 6 or 7 minutes of that first half, but we're only 1 goal down.
Yeah, as I said, I mentioned earlier in the commentary that I don't think Junior Roberti is going to be particularly concerned about the match situation at the moment, because they clearly they're going to have their spells in the game, and they have had so far. I think the key for them is that at some stage they're going to need to start taking their chances.
1 or 2 sloppy passes at the back resulted in chances, and that was a fantastic chance for Restrepo, who started the game very well. It was very quiet then for the next 16 or so minutes, and then came with a flurry towards the end and had that really good opportunity. Just expecting the goal to bulge with the ball, resting in the back of the net. Also that lovely turn by Cruz and gets a shot off, but again it was blocked by the defence, which means that with the situation you can see on screen at half time, London Scholar 1, York Futsal 0, the winners to play Wessex in the final. I wonder what the thoughts of Wessex are watching on, I'm sure.
I was speaking to 1 or 2 of the lads from Wessex. They said they were going to try and watch the game in the cars on the way back to just sort of see how this was going to shape up. And I kind of think it was the game I was expecting. Both teams tactically trying to really push the other team in terms of making those mistakes, and I think the Scholar did get the upper hand in the game, established themselves, looked like they were going to go 2 or 3 up, but York have stabilised that and got themselves back in the game. But as we mentioned a few minutes ago, they've got to start taking a few of these chances they're getting. So it'll be interesting to see what the half-time messages are. I think the Scholar will be pretty much carry on as you are, but can we find a finish? And York Futsal, as the clock starts to grind on, they're going to have to probably take a few more risks.
One thing that London Scholar has shown in the 2 games in the group stage is that in the second half they've come into their own. They were 2-1 down at half-time against Pro Futsal London, ended up winning 9-6. But again, we know that York, as you said, can grind out these results. They've had close games in the 2 games in the group stages.
And I think from a Scholar's perspective, they'll look at it and say, well, we were 2-1 down at half time against Pro Futsal, and we were 6-1 up half time against Reading. So they'll look at that and know that they still scored a reasonable amount of goals in the second half of both games. So they know they've got firepower there. But Restrepo, I think the key for them is can they get him to be unlocked in this game? And if he gets one, you'd feel if he gets 2 or 3, they're going to win.
Yes, slightly surprising. He was very, very quiet for 15 minutes or so of that first half after really putting a pressure on the York goal in the first couple of minutes. He had a few half chances, looked very quick, very agile, and the player who scored all these goals in the group stages that we know, and then disappeared for the majority of them in the first half, to come back on then towards the end and have a few half chances, and then that very good chance which he dinked over the keeper but just went wide.
I mean, we're just looking at Leandro, the head coach for Scholar, and he seems to be talking to Camillo and I think Lucas Costa there, just looking at possibly something on the tactics board and what they can do to try and unlock this or to give him more opportunities. So, but that's something for them to sort out. And the question for Junior is, how do we first to get our first goal in this game to get us off and running, because the momentum, as we saw a bit earlier in the first game, the goals in those games did change the momentum of the game.
Yes, it's all very well and good York having kept themselves in this game after being under pressure for, you'd say, the first at least 7 or 8 minutes. It was really dominance from London Scholar, but they're still in the game, only 1 goal behind. But eventually they're going to have to try and push more players forward to try and help out the likes of Bucci, who's done a very good job up top holding the ball up. They'll want to try and get him, as I said a few times in commentary, facing the right way and being on the end of a move rather than trying to start a move. But they're going to have to eventually not come out of their shells, but just start to try and turn the screw and and try and take a few more risks possibly, which of course will then possibly open more chances up for London Escola at the other end.
I think the other factor to consider also for Escola, and what York have to be wary of, is the set pieces of Escola. They look very well drilled in them. They seem to know what they're doing in terms of who does what when, and they have caused York some problems there. So I think that's the focus of their concentration, certainly on the set pieces, has to be top level in this second half, because I think again a couple of those opportunities go in, and then it's a very different game for York.
Couple of minutes of the half-time interval remain. Again, London Escola leading by a goal to nil against York Futsal, the grand final on the 27th. Wessex Futsal awaiting the winners of this second semi-final of the Tier 2 Summer Showdown. So only the one goal in the game so far. Let's take another look at the goal. Came early on in the first half. And at this time, we were wondering whether from set pieces they were creating chance after chance. And eventually one goes in. And I must admit, I thought that was going to be the first of a few in the first few minutes of the half. But after that, they still created chances from set plays. But just the one goal in it.
Yeah, it was just really interesting to see that goal again, how the movement of the players to shift the ball to the centre, and the goalkeeper moved, and as the shot went off, the goalkeeper was trying to take off effectively from his wrong foot, and that's the difference it made between not being able to get anywhere near it and the goal going in. So I think that was a really well worked goal from Escola.
Players back into the hall from York, who decided to go outside and get a bit of sun. In fact, I'm quite sure why they weren't hiding in the shade, but there we go. It is very warm.
It's got to be a toss-up whether it's warmer in here or warmer outside.
Yes. They were maybe just getting a bit of breeze around the Loughborough University campus. It can whip around the corner of the far side. Maybe they just got a bit of that. So 20 minutes remain for one of these sides in the Summer Showdown. Will it be the blue shirts of London Escola with that one goal advantage progressing to the final, the grand final against Wessex? They will be shooting from right to left in the blue, or can York in the white from left to right first up get the equalising goal and go on and book their place in the grand final? We're back underway in the second half.
Just a note, Peter, that Escola have changed their goalkeeper. The 25 Vito Manata's on now.
And then he brought into action straight away. He might well be in the next few seconds. Back to Pina. Bucci doesn't want to lose it there. He does so. And a chance and a goal in the opening few seconds of the second half. And it's that man, Restrepo. We were saying at half-time how London Escola can try and get their main man into the game. Well, Bucci on the near side was dispossessed. And London Escola take full advantage. Pinched by the goal scorer, and a crisp left-footed effort past the keeper means that London Escola have doubled their lead.
Well, the main man has finally got on the score sheet, and some good play there. Nipped in, got the ball, and a brilliant finish from a very difficult angle.
Yes, made the goal himself, and maybe have just rattled York. It's not the start that they would have wanted. Misplaced pass. Yeah, creating the goal himself by his own tackle. Took it on himself, and a really good finish. And York at the moment all over the place. After all that effort in the first half, started the second half terribly. It all came, in fact, from a corner. And Bucci on the halfway line just dilly-dallied on the ball slightly. Chance again down the right, and well, any contacts would have surely resulted in a third goal.
I think Worsfold is he's a bit annoyed at himself there.
And Worsfold with a really good chance. High ball forward and onto the chest of Bucci. Runs out for the Scholar restarts. Good tackle, but that's a loose touch. And it's just knocked out for a corner. If the ball under possession quicker, that would have been a very good chance for York, who at the moment, 2 down. You fear maybe one more to Londoner Scholar. Maybe could be a bridge too far.
Yeah, I think for York it's just important they settle for the next couple of minutes. You know, yes, it would be great to get a goal, but I think they just need to stabilise this and just make sure get themselves back in the game.
Shot from distance, and that goes a yard or so high and wide of the top left-hand corner, but that was a vicious shot by Worsfold, Greg, and well, I think if it was a yard lower, the goalkeeper would have been struggling there. That was an absolute bullet. Again, a loose play by York. They, at the moment, haven't started this second half at all.
Those sort of long range shots, like we, always try and tell the players, if you're going to shoot, it needs to be a cannon of a shot.
Nice has gone all the way forward, and he looks to toe poke the ball towards goal. Good backtracking by Worsfold. Good play, maybe not with the long ball, but the first part of his job was performed very well. And now to the goalkeeper in the second half for London Scholar, who had that chance, maybe just overran the ball slightly, and he's had to just try and poke towards goal rather than get full connection.
So that'll be a kick in. It hit the. I think not sure what that is over there, but it hit the.
It's a projector.
Yeah, and so it'll be a kick in on this side.
There is a single projector with a cage around it, just lower than the lighting here in Loughborough, and somehow they've managed to catch that. You do very well to actually throw the ball and try and get it, but there we go. And the Scholar, their passing in the second half has been very crisp. It almost looks like they've got just a little bit more time. The confidence is flowing through the side after that second goal, and it's looking quite easy for them at the moment just to knock the ball around and keep possession.
Okay, so this looks like it's going to be an indirect free kick because the ball would come from the goalkeeper and then it hadn't touched the opposition player. I think a Scholar trying to argue that the York player touched the ball just as he got contact with it, but the referee's not having it, so he's setting up an indirect free kick. So it's where the ball entered the area, so he's got that right. So now the ball has to be 5 metres back, but it's an indirect free kick.
Well, this could be a gift for York. Really nice opportunity here for York to get back into this game. Pina's just going to lay this off for Bucci. Takes a touch. Well blocked. The keeper was on the edge of his D. It was actually blocked by a defender. Bucci again. Good play. Maybe one extra touch too many down the right. And the angle became too acute for the York number 7. Good defence from London Scholar. Shot from distance goes wide along the ground. Good effort.
Lewis Finney there, the number 5 for York, tried to run across the goalkeepers just to get in his direction.
Long throw out. I think Estrepo there was looking for the acrobatic. Pina brave with his head, but it's Scholar with another chance to build something. Durkin leaves it. Could be a shot from distance. No. This runs out of play. Scholar ball. Keeper over halfway, out of his goal, and opportunity would have been a spectacular effort from there. Restrepo comes inside. Good tackle. Oh, it's just gone out of play. That's unfortunate. It was a good tackle by Finney, and if he brought the ball under control, he would have had an extra man going into that attack. But again, nothing comes of it. Restrepo on the left. Past one, past another, past the third. Never really had the ball under control though, Restrepo, throughout that whole move. Somehow managed to beat 3 men.
He was just fighting it a little bit, but he stood well to get that foul.
He's managed to get a corner from that move, showing very quick feet and determination. I think Scholar know a third goal in this game now for them will give them a tremendous advantage, and it would be very difficult to see York coming back from 3-goal deficit, although they might put it back to just 1 here. Bucci tries to lay it across, goes to ground, nothing given. It was a strong tackle by DeCarmo. The move is still live though with Peanut. High down the left and goes out of play.
And Camilo Restrepo, the 10, he did really well. Did really well to get back and cover DeCarmo there.
Yes, sliding tackle, and there is Restrepo back, as you said, and managed to clear the ball. Excuse me. It's just shows you these players scoring at one end and then picking up the pieces at the other. All-round game needed in futsal. DeCarmo. Once again, good play by London coming down the left, and then, well, appeal for handball there. Nothing given. Devine pokes it to the far side, well kept in. Peanut. Quick pass in here from York. Finney's appealing for a corner there. Devine's absolutely certain it came off.
Yeah, I think that was a corner.
Blue shirts. The Scholar waiting for no time here, waiting for any decision to be made, getting the game back underway quickly. Trying to take advantage of the 2 players appealing, but comes to nothing down the right. DeCarmo over to the right. Durkin. Shot on goal over from the captain. Off goes Restrepo. And he tackled. But it gets back. And does very well there. Doesn't get the decision. Well, Finney thinks that the world's against him. Less than 15 minutes remain. London Scholar leading York Futsal by 2-0. That's a wasted pass forward, but they will be very happy, those of the blue shirts, with what's happened in the first 5 minutes of this second half. Rado can't find his man. Cross on now, back on the field of play. Just has to watch that go out of play for a restart for London Scholar. Manata down the right and almost trying to thread the eye of a needle there, and it nearly worked. And Bucci, for one of the first times in this second half, had a clear sight at goal, but all of a sudden a blue boots got in the way.
Yeah, York definitely need to try and get Bucci into more of those sort of positions.
Here's Bucci deep inside his own half, and that was the exact position which he got dispossessed for the second goal. This time they keep possession. Bucci teeing it up for the long-range effort, but that results as a restart for the keeper. He'll be happy if shots are from that far out and end up that high and wide all day. It would be music to his ears.
The game definitely feels as though it's an even game at the moment now.
Yeah, York have stemmed the flow of attacks from London Escola, who started this second half very quickly. Of course, with the goal, it always helps, but you could just see they were just quicker to the ball. The passing was crisp. At the moment, it's just become very even, but I don't think they'll be too fussed. Again, with the score as it is, no fouls against them as well. Less than 14 minutes remaining of the match. Nice ball forward, straight to the keeper. It's been a bit scrappy the last couple of minutes, but again, I don't think London Escola will mind at all. Especially with the captain not on the field. Also, Restrepo sat on the bench. Lovely flick there. It doesn't result in possession, but it will be a corner.
It was a nice idea from Velasquez. The problem was that Lucas Costa, the 9, didn't make that forward run. He didn't continue his run. Otherwise, that might have been a more interesting opportunity.
Yeah, two of the main men for London Escola on the bench. So again, if the game for 2 or 3 minutes just meanders and doesn't result in anything clear cut, or the score remains the same, then I think they'll be completely happy with that. Well, I thought for a minute they might have to retake that, but
They went out.
Just gone straight out of play.
And that's really frustrating for a coach, because they're in a really good position. They're a really good offensive position, and they've just conceded possession.
Next goal in this game is absolutely crucial. I think a third goal here for London Escola will be very, very difficult to come back from York. And then a York goal, half in the deficit to just 1, and it's game on. Now, what's happened here? Referee's just in a conversation, whether something's been said on the field, or it's just the officials just getting themselves all singing off the same page. I think it's probably the latter. And Arter out of his goal. Good ball forward. Back to Scott. Near side Velasquez. Bring that under control, but gets a toe on that, just to halt play for a second and stop the counter-attack. Poor control, but managed to recover the situation fairly well.
So that looks like that's a foul against Escola. It might have been, I think Elliot McMillan might have just pulled someone back slightly, but the ref let it go on.
Flick down the line, poor control. Goes out of play. Costa. 12:20 on the clock. 2-0 to London Escola. At the moment, they'll be heading to the grand final against Wessex. Chip ball forward, Torre newly on. Goalkeeper comes out and uses his head in 2 ways to head the ball out, and also to see that ball and to deal with the situation very well. So Eduardo, that's a loose pass.
Yeah, that's what you want to see from your goalkeeper. Really positive, commit 100% and see it through.
London Escola with 2 Very good keepers. Burrell in the first half. And Minato is going to be in action here. 2 blocks on the edge of his D. Might be needed again here. But does well, quick feet and defence into attack. Blocked by Eduardo, who at the moment is having a running conversation with the official on the near side. At the moment he's got a smile in his face, but I think that's more of a grimace and hiding plenty of ill feeling, I think, towards the officials and also with the game scenario at the moment by Eduardo. But he's keeping it light-natured at the moment, although that could have been nasty. 9 on 9.
Unfortunately, he got the ball first there.
Out to his goal again. Torre with a chance to play in on the near side, but it's blocked and, well, Scott comes forward. Well stopped by Eduardo. There's a chance for York though. Zanos on the near side was completely free. Torre tries to barge his way through. Chipped clear. Can Scott pick this one up? No. Runs out of play.
Angus Crossan there doing a really good job to see that ball out. Good body strength to see it out.
Long throw, good throw as well. Let me brought under control. Torre with the flick. But Manata not only was alert to that to come out, but also straight away looking to get the ball quickly forward. That's a loose pass. The goalkeeper's going to be in action here. It goes wide, poked wide by Torre. Golden opportunity for York.
Yeah, those are the sort of chances that York are going to have to start taking. It was a poor rollout from the keeper, but they couldn't capitalise on that.
Commentator's curse giving the goalkeeper praise for his rollouts. He rolls it straight to Torre, who just lacked the composure there. Poked it wide. He had all the time to maybe even take another touch. Well, it's going to be a foul. I'm not entirely sure that the Zama could actually have done anything about that. He was hardly putting any pressure on a defender, Horsford, who was just shielding the ball. But game gets underway again. We've got a foul each, and we've got just over 10 minutes remaining. And the scoreline of 2-0 for London Escola against York. York, in the last 30 seconds, a minute or so, creating a couple of chances. That golden chance for Torre. They'll be keeping that hope alive. One more goal in this game for them will get them right back into it. Passing by York. Tackled though, and a chance here. Just slightly behind the captain, who pokes it home and has possibly poked his team into the final. Henrique De Carmo, the captain, on the field for only the last few seconds, has finished off the move to put his side 3 goals clear of York and could well have booked their place in the grand final.
It's a great steal by James Durkin, and then the toe poke finish, classic toe poke finish by De Carmo, gave the goalkeeper no chance. And you certainly feel that Escola now have got a massive advantage here.
De Carmo pulled back, the goal scorer. He's got Restrepo now on the field as well, so to the main men for London Escola as they look to turn the screw. And while the change substitutions have worked within seconds, and with now less than 10 minutes to go, 3 goals advantage for London Escola, and now it looks a very stiff task for York to get back into this game. Shot from distance, parried over the bar. The keeper there slightly annoyed. He maybe could have caught that, but
I mean, it'll be interesting to see if Junior Roberti starts thinking about whether they're going to play fly keeper, at what point that might happen.
Flicked corner, doesn't work out. Bucci comes forward. Nice pass to the far side. Tackled back. De Silva with the ball. But it was cleared by London Escola. That was, I think, closer to the goal than a few people thought initially. Bucci. Space now. Back to Bucci. He's over the bar. Well, that's a golden opportunity. 3 yards out. And it spoons over the bar. And, well, it was harder to miss than score there.
That's another big opportunity for York. And the clock's going to start running down on them now if they don't start taking some of these.
Oh, Bucci will not want to see the replay.
Probably a couple of metres out on that.
Anything, really. And it was just going to roll into the back of the net. But to get under the ball, I wouldn't say the ball was bouncing really as well. But he's managed just to scoop that over the bar. Here's Bucci. Play De Silva, and that's blocked by... Oh, it's hit the post. Bucci blocked on the line by the captain. How that's not gone in. First up, the effort was actually blocked by a York player. It was Eduardo who then turned and swiveled, shot to the base of the post, and then that's fantastic from DeCarmo, scoring at one end and blocking on the line at the other.
I mean, that was a critical point by DeCarmo. When it hits the post, a player can switch off for a millisecond, but DeCarmo was aware and got the clearance in.
Fantastic opportunity. There was an initial shot which was actually blocked by Eduardo for York. Now, that initial shot, I think, had a chance. Good forward play. Turn and shot wide. Well, that's just instinct there by Restrepo. That either finds the top corner or flashes wide. The keeper in that situation, really, if it hits him, then he's done well, but he knows nothing about that.
Yeah, Restrepo did there well there. He managed to shift the fix and get the shot off. Great turn.
8 minutes 30 on the clock. De Silva gets it back from Bucci. Goalkeeper starting to move out of his D to give an option. See a needless foul there from DeCarmo.
DeCarmo needs to be careful because he's on a yellow card. So just needs to watch himself.
Goodbye, back to De Silva. Runs off the thigh though. Out for an Escola ball with 8 minutes on the clock. 3-0 London Escola lead. York though, golden opportunities in the last minute. Shot from distance, blocked. 2-on-1 here. Couldn't find his man. And it could be the same at the other end. Well cleared. Fantastic backtracking there by Divine. Surely that would have been the fourth. At one end, there's the block. And at the other end, you can see on the far side, blue shirt, DeCarmo it was. He takes the corner, that's blocked at the near post, and it's going to be another restart. DeCarmo again.
I have been really impressed by the Escola number 5, Max Warsall-Gregg. He's appears to be a really accomplished defender, but also he's not shy. He's obviously got a goal, but happy to go forward as well.
There is Warsall-Gregg on the far side, rolling the ball down the line. Very crisp passer, Warsall-Gregg. Rarely loses possession, but again, looks like he's playing with plenty of composure, almost on a different speed setting to the rest. Takes everything in his stride, it seems. And when you've got him with Carmo then in the middle and up top Restrepo. It's a formidable team picked up by Restrepo. Saved by the keeper, saved again. Keeping his side still in this tie just. Another save straight into the chest from the toe of Restrepo. Keeping York in this game just.
Yeah, and another highlights reel there of saves from Ed Routh.
Restrepo goes one way, goes the other, and the ball flashes across the face of goal. Well, the defence there didn't know which way Restrepo was going. He's, the majority of the time, cuts inside onto his right foot. This time, feints to go right, goes left. But the ball goes wide. Bucci, can he turn his man? Held up well by Wolfswell Greg. Shot slices wide. Maybe just the first sign of a little bit of desperation there from York.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting now. I think with 6:44 to go, what is Junior Roberti going to change to try and get themselves back in this game? Is he going to just trust the team to try and get a goal, the initial goal, or is he going to look at the fly keeper?
Carmo. Restrepo turns his man well again, back inside, and expected again the net to bulge the keeper. That's a great save. Brilliant chance though for De Carmo. He went for placement rather than power. Fabulous save. York are just clinging on here. 6:15 on the clock, and London Escola at the moment are looking like scoring a fourth. Bucci just out-muscled there, and plenty of blue shirts back. 6 minutes remaining, and York call a timeout to try and discuss how they can get back into this game, but at the moment they're only in it because of their goalkeeper.
Yeah, and what was really interesting that those few seconds before the timeout, the player coming back to rescue the defence was the number 10 Camilo Restrepo. There, it's a real team effort from them at the moment, and it's going to be really interesting to see what Junior Roberti can say to try and change the game at the moment. But as you said, Peter, it's really been a scholar the last couple of minutes, and you know they've had 7 or 8 chances. The goalkeeper's been outstanding in this little spell, and I think without him now this game would be gone.
Yeah, another goal for London Escola, and that would have been the tie over with. A fourth goal then would have been surmountable really for York Futsal, who are, with the 6 minutes remaining, 3-0 down. They had those glorious chances though. Chance for Bucci went over the bar, and the Eduardo hook towards goal that hit the post, and the block on the line by De Carmo again. It was a fantastic chance for York. If they can just get this one goal, and the lift that they would give their players, you never know then from 2 goals down with say 5 minutes to go, but they need to get that first goal.
Let's see if they've got a set piece here.
Good play, well worked, saved by the keeper, blocked on the line again. This side it was Worsfold Greg, and it cannot be pounced upon by the forward line. Restrepo, that's a foul. Restrepo with a chance at the other end, but that was well worked. The goalkeeper again on the edge of his D, got down well, very flexible there with his outstretched leg. A well worked move, obviously discussed in the timeout.
Yeah, I think the key element there was to try and get it into Bucci, the pivot, and then he would play it out to the wing. But again, really good save.
Bucci strikes.
And it looks like they've got the fly keeper ready to go
So you wonder whether we're just going to give it, say, a minute to 5 minutes and then maybe bring on the fly keeper. But at the moment, York are really piling the pressure on this one last real big push. And again, they just can't break this back line of London Escola. And again, a brilliant defence from Worsfold Greg with the ball now. But it's intercepted and there's a chance for York from distance. Good stop by the keeper. Almost knocked him off his feet. Oh, and again on the line. Well, Bucci, it's just not his day. And it might not be York's day either. Fabulous save. Restrepo. And again, another save. The two goalkeepers outstanding here in this second semi-final of the Summer Showdown. How the score is still 3-0. That's a foul in a very dangerous position. Two goalkeepers performing extraordinary feats. First of all, Manata at one end, denying Bucci, who you thought was just going to have to roll the ball into the back of the net, but again, the outstretched leg, and then at the other end, fantastic save by Routh from, again, Restrepo.
All the young keepers have been excellent today.
Chance for a shot from this free kick, and well, that goes wide. And if someone can go and check on the wall over there to see whether it's still standing, because that had an awful lot of power behind it. Less than 5 minutes to remain in, so you wonder whether this substitution will take place. And that's loose play.
They'll probably look to a kick in on the halfway line once they've got possession, York, to try and get that in play.
Pina's ready to come on as well. Speaking of one fly keeper, here comes, and that's going to be a handball. No. I think it is a penalty. It's going to be a penalty here. It was handball.
And it's also York's fifth foul as well.
Just waiting for the official who actually pointed straight down towards his feet, rather than actually towards the penalty spot itself on the edge of the D. It was that's why I initially just questioned whether he was going to give a penalty. Must have been just inside the D. So, with 4 minutes 42 on the clock, 3-0 up and a penalty. That's the fourth. And that's a grand final booked for London Escola. A penalty to make it 4-0. Well taken penalty. Side foot past the keeper. Beating for power. And caution now being thrown to the wind by York.
Yeah, it's just that's unfortunate for York, where they had the penalty before they were able to get the fly keeper on.
Another shot goes wide. The fly keeper is Eduardo. Poor ball forward. That could have gone anywhere, but of course for York today it's just gone slightly wide. They haven't had the rub of the court when it comes to the opposition D. All frantic now with the fly keeper. Tries to pick out Eduardo on the left for York. A lovely drag back. There's Eduardo getting involved. It's all got quite frantic.
Yeah, and it's all very messy there. That York weren't really in a position to set that fly keeper up, and Escola trying to take advantage of it. It all got very scrappy there.
Yeah, that's the fourth foul for London Escola. Of course, 5 for York as well. So the scrappy nature of it, any needless fouls, resulting in that 10-metre direct kick. Less than 4 minutes remaining. Trying to work an opportunity. Pina to the near side. And a cross on his. That one's out of play. Torre.
I think Escola will also be desperately keen to get a clean sheet here.
Torre back to Pina. Cross on up to Pina. Eduardo. Plenty of blue shirts in the way though at the moment. Still trying to work the opening with that extra player. Lost the possession and hooked towards goal. And that's the 5th. A goal for Costa with the fly keeper in the opposition D. He didn't need to know where the goal was. Didn't need to look up. He just turned. And in the central possession, just rolled the ball forward. And, well, that's the 5th goal. And the fly keeper remains. And that's the danger of having that fly keeper.
So timeout from Leandro for Escola, and he's just probably going to look at how they're going to set up defensively against this fly keeper, because as we saw that moment before where it got really scrappy, that's not what he wants to see. He wants to see his team really organised, get into their shape, and everyone knows their role when the ball goes this side, centrally, or on the far side of the court, where they need to be, what sort of lines they need to cut off, and to stop the diagonal pass going into the penalty area.
3 minutes 13 on the clock. London Escola 5, York Futsal 0. So it's going to be London Escola at the moment versus Wessex Football in the grand final of the Summer Showdown Tier 2. Now we're just about to bring on, before the timeout was called, Ed Routh was going to come back on for York. Of course, York with the 5 fouls as well. That'll be surely discussed with London Escola, with them with 4. Saying the only way really that they can get back into the game would be through maybe foul, so just be careful, don't do anything silly.
Yeah, it's just got to be sensible defending here. Make the play backwards if you can, and try and avoid the contact.
Manata, just out of his goal, rolls it towards Scott. Might be called upon here. That's just poked wide by Pina, asking for a corner. He's played down the other end. Mr. Mante. We've had that vicious free kick earlier. Went wide, but York continuing to build. They don't need Torre miscontrolling in the corner. Less than 3 minutes.
I think the ball was rolling there, that's why the referees turned it over. The ball has to be still when the kicking's taken. So York will get an opportunity to set the fly up again.
Eduardo's free just in the centre here. There he is. Shifts the ball. Bucci in the centre. Torre again blocked. No surprise there. Ball's gone out of play.
Manata with another outstanding save.
Noticeable how many blue shirts are behind Manata when he's making these saves. Here he is again in action, just watching that one go over from Torre. But as much as Manata has been impressive coming out and blocking the ball and making these saves, behind him when he's doing this, there's at least 2 blue shirts most of the time. Two minutes 20 on the clock. Bucci in midfield. To Pina. Again, fly keeper Eduardo. Now, was Eduardo on the...
Yeah, he's touched it twice in his own half.
Yeah. He almost tentatively went towards the ball there, Eduardo, knowing that it's going to be blown up here. Not his fault at all. The ball was passed to him. He was trying to get over halfway. And,
yeah, I think he's caught between a hard place and a rock there.
Yeah, he had to control the ball. The ball was passed to him, but he knew. He almost was just hoping the referee might not have seen that, but never mind. Just over 2 minutes on the clock. Well shifted to the left. Sliding tackle comes in, but it's kept in. Mr. Mate keeping the ball in on the byline. Out for a restart for London Escola, 2 minutes and 3 on the clock. Ball forward for Bucci. Pina pokes it forward and just goes wide. Takes a little deflection through. Torre was already waiting for the ball. He was ready to get the game back underway. Pina, I think the plan was really to roll the ball back for Pina to maybe take a strike on goal, but I think Pina was perfectly in position to do that. Took an extra touch. Under 2 minutes remaining.
York will be desperate to get a goal to have something to show for their efforts this afternoon.
Bringing the ball over halfway. Cut out. Could be another one here. And rolled in from an acute angle from halfway. It's the 6th. It's another for Restrepo. Calmly rolls the ball in. It's going to go out of play, but with no keeper. That's the 6th for London. And London Escola are going to march into the final with a very healthy scoreline. A scoreline which overall I think maybe doesn't tell the entire story of the match. But they've certainly, for me, deserved their win. York really have deserved a goal. They've had a number of opportunities. Brilliant goalkeeping. Speaking of goalkeeping, there wasn't one there. And it'd be interesting with less than a minute to find out the thoughts of Junior Roberti, the head coach of York, and also Leandro Afonso from the Victors. As it's worked down the side and into the back of the net. There's the goal for Eduardo. Well, they've deserved that goal. They've had a number of opportunities, some brilliant goalkeeping and blocks on the line, but they've finally got on the score sheet, and that's all that York deserve.
Yeah, it just shows you there, once you really speed up the tempo of the ball, get the players moving in the right positions, what can happen. But unfortunately, it's going to be too late for them.
So 6-1 in the final few seconds. It goes wide. We'll be hearing the thoughts of the London Escola head coach at the end of the game. I'll make my way down and to court side and grab a few words from the victorious head coach, find out how they feel taking on Wessex in the final. 20 seconds to go. Anywhere will do, including the windows. So final 10 seconds. York, one last attack. Ted Devine not managing to get a shot off. Torre into the D. Player goes down. Could well be a penalty here. Yep. It's going to be a penalty with less than a second remaining. And, well, the scoreline could look more respectable here. 6-2, which I think overall in the way the game's gone looks a little bit more respectable, and
yeah,
it tells the story a bit more accurately than a 6-0. Ted Devine is going to take this penalty. The last action of the game. And scores! It's only a consolation, but it means that Jed Devine gets on the score sheet in this semi-final. It's the second for York Futsal. It's going to be a 6-2 win for London Escola. They're going to be playing Wessex in the final. Less than a second to go. And there's the final whistle. So the final action of the game was that penalty. And London Escola will now meet Wessex in the grand final after beating York Futsal by 6-2. Overall, you would say a deserved win.
I think what we saw this afternoon was an Escola team that were quite clinical in front of goal. Both goalkeepers today has to be said were outstanding, and it's something that I think Escola will definitely be taken into the final against Wessex Futsal Club. I mean, this game was, I think both teams came in here really with high hopes, and I think Junior will be a little bit disappointed maybe at the actual result. His team definitely created plenty of chances, but he came up against two goalkeepers in just the form of their life. But it has to be said also that Ed Routh, he's in the second half, he made some absolutely ludicrous saves at times to try and keep the York futsal bus on the road. So it's but I think overall it's definitely been a Scholars' day, and hopefully we'll be able to have a look at the goals in a few moments. But as we look at Escola now on the court, they know that they've come here and done their job and set themselves up for the Summer Showdown final against Wessex Futsal Club, and that promises to be a really great game. So let's just have a look at some of the goals. The opening goal for Escola, free kick. There was a little bit disguised from DeCarmo, giving the goalkeeper no chance. And a brilliant finish there by Waterfall Greg, who had a really great game. And then a giveaway from York and Restrepo, who had 10 goals prior to today, finally got on the score sheet to make it 2-0. Yeah, absolutely brilliant finish there. Keeper, across the keeper, no chance. And then the fourth goal came from Bustamante, breaking away here, and DeCarmo there with the finish. Classic toe poke finish, as we see from that sideways on action, giving the goalkeeper very little opportunity to react to it. And plenty of joy around the Escola team there. Hopefully we can get back to the other goals. Well, the fifth goal came from Costa, Lucas Costa, and Bustamante putting away the penalty. And then Escola breaking away here, and Bustamante with the flight goalkeeper out of position. And then another steal, this time Camilo Restrepo just rolls the ball into an empty net for making it 6-0 to Escola. And then finally York Futsal got themselves off the score sheet with Zé Eduardo playing the fly keeper role, getting into the 6 metre and hitting the ball into the roof of the net. And then the final goal for York coming up after this. Really good finish there from Zé Eduardo actually. And then the penalty by Jed Define. And the finish right down the middle, making the final score, London Escola 6, York Futsal 2. So let's see if we can go downstairs to see Pete, and I believe he's speaking to the Escola captain, Henrique DeCarmo.
Yes, thank you. Down here with the captain of the victorious London Escola team, Henrique DeCarmo. How does it feel, first of all, to be in the grand final?
It's a bit surreal. I didn't really think we were going to be playing futsal this summer, and now we're in the final, so it's a lovely feeling, and all the boys are ready for it, to be honest.
Well, a tremendous game, but at half-time, I thought London Escola were on top in that first half, but how did it feel to be only 1 goal up?
Yeah, I mean, we should have been more up, to be honest, and we all know that. And at half-time we sorted it out, and then you saw in the second half we we continued that and we scored some goals.
Fantastic performances by not only all of your players, but also the two keepers playing, Victor Bernata and Max Burrell. Just a word on those two. Fantastic performance in the first half, mainly in an attacking sense by Burrell, but in the second half, Bernata made some fantastic saves.
Yeah, I mean, we are blessed with two really, really top quality goalkeepers. Obviously they can shot stop, but they can also play with their feet, as you saw, and we use that as a weapon, and we use that rightly today.
So you look forward now to the grand final, taking on Wessex. I don't know whether you saw any of the Wessex game or you heard on commentary maybe on the way up here to Loughborough. How do you feel about taking on Wessex in that grand final in a few weeks' time?
We're ready. That's it. We're ready for them.
You're ready. We're ready. We're looking forward to that grand final. Celebrate this semi-final win, and we'll see you in a few weeks' time.
Thank you.
That's it for the semi-finals of the FA National Futsal Series Tier 2 Summer Showdown. It's been a fantastic day here at Loughborough University. We've got two tremendous teams in the grand final. It's Wessex Football versus London Escala Futsal Club. It's going to be a tremendous grand final. I'm looking forward to it. From myself, Peter Selby, and Louis Melville, it's good night.